Hey Mitra, what if not Grob? What if other beast? Ever think of that? Ever think of other animal? Oh no. Who zoomed in? Oh my god. Huge. Huge beast. Bulb is actually in the background meowing. It's just over there. Bellowing from the corner of the bed. Oh, that's a good boy. What's going on? What are you doing? You want to stay here? You want to get petted? Or do you want to go ahead but your grob? You can't do both. You have to pick one. Look at the size of this fucking thing, man. There he goes. Alright. Drop time. Here's the boy. Here's what you all came for. The animal. He's here. But he's not queer. Pride Month is over. I'm not proud. You're sticking? Having sticky shits now? That's a problem. If you don't poop efficiently, if you don't take in enough fiber, if you don't laxative max to just empty those bowels in 5 seconds flat, you're off the stack. You're a liability. Get out of here. Oh, the other beast is crying for his gold. Hey, I'll give your grub back. It belongs to you. Holy shit, immediately jumps after him. I love animals. Oh, wait. I'm so brain damaged. I didn't have my headphones plugged in. But I saw someone redeem bullets. And I heard it in my head. I swear to God, like I heard it, and my brain dampened the sound to make it sound as if it had come from my headphones that were, you know, down there, not on my ears. It's you don't know how people fall asleep to me of all like streams. That just sounds a little stupid, a little crazy actually. Why can I not see? Like my YouTube chat. There you go. Some people are freaks, man. They're crazy. I pulled the trigger. I bought things in the summer sale for the first time in like forever. And I think it's a pretty good haul. I actually quite like what I got. Look at this stuff. Look at all this. Had to get Evil Within 2. Worlds is apparently like a one dev, like a singular man dev weird action stealth games like no one has ever heard of. I got the Dead Space remake. Avery says it's good. It's not. Someone's getting flayed alive. Black Mesa is like $2, and I had such like a sour experience with Half-Life. I'm thinking maybe this will reconcile me with Half-Life. But I have a bit I want to do while streaming this anyway. Yeah, you'll see. It's funny. I had to play this with friend. Who cares? I think these two games looked interesting. Like I especially want to see how Mortal Sin does first-person melee. Like it's kind of my baby, so I'm always like it's my thing. So I'm always interested to see if there's like any weird innovations that I didn't see coming or something like that. Much easier than the OG game. I think the OG game was pretty easy. Like I don't know. Survival horror games tend to not be particularly challenging. Like especially the Dead Space was so badly balanced, you could just kind of run around with a default cutter, and it wasn't like a real challenge. You're just stomping on nuts. I think the issue with survival horror games is that does Dead Space 1 have adaptive difficulty? It felt like it did, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna look that up. Dead Space 1 dynamic ammo spawn. Ammo drops are partially dynamic and influenced by the weapons Isaac is currently carrying. Okay, yes, so they are dynamic. So the problem with survival horror games is that you sort of want to keep pressure on the player to make him think there's going to be attrition and they're going to have to watch out for the resources and spend them wisely. The problem is you can't really do that over the course of a full single-player game. It's a concept that sort of works a lot better on a much smaller scale thing, like one match of one co-op game, in theory. And so as a result, they tend to need to have something like what Resident Evil did and Dead Space 1 did, where it just like spawns ammo when you need it. Because otherwise, you don't really have ways around. Like especially Dead Space, you can't exactly just like sneak around past the Necromorphs. They run pretty fast and they're pretty violent. Like the game wants you to fight them. And so that whole attrition and need to conserve resources is just kind of smoke and mirrors, really. And I think they work a lot better when they're like fully embracing the action horror part, where it's just like, yeah, we want you to kick these guys' asses, and the tension doesn't come from you potentially running out of gun juice. It comes from, you know, tightly crafted combat encounters. There was one like grueling gauntlet in Dead Space 2. I remember that was really fucking fun, where it spawns like a fuckload of enemies, including like the little bomb dudes, like with the little glowing pineapple on their hand. It was pretty good. You know, ironically, I think of Surface is the game I've played that actually limits your ammo the hardest of any game I've ever played, and really, really makes you think about when you're gonna pull the trigger. Because it doesn't have dynamic ammo spawning. It's kind of ballsy. I got this. It's like Poundland Fear, but World War II, made by a shovelware developer. It better be good, dude. It's the classic edition of Operation Thunderstorm. This is gonna be Kino. I know Dungeons of Blood and Dream is gonna be good. And this is Deluvian Ultra. It's like some really schizo boomer shooter that Osric said was good, so I trust him. Okay. Like, I've never felt playing any survival horror game like, oh man, I really need to watch out for my ammo right now. Did The Evil Within 1 do this? Did it also? I forgot how the game spawned ammo. I remember you, when you burned corpses, they would give you loot. Am I stupid? I think that's what you did. Evil Within was really fucking fun, dude. But most of the game is a blur to me, plated at the end of my 24-hour stream. I don't remember anything. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was just thinking, since I have this thing I can do with my webcam, where I can like put it into two preset like locations like this. I was thinking maybe Stream Deck has a feature where you can press a button and like shakes the entire scene, and I could just like pound the button in sync with the music. Okay, it's Kino time. I like that he's wearing the shoes I was last wearing. I don't think I'll have time to play anything else. I'll even have the new games downloaded. It's time for the debauchery gang. Only my feet and without jumping? Oh, I know what to do. What do these do? Get a flurry of kicks. Not interested. Right. Cunt. No, the Evil Within PC is like completely unplayable. It runs like shit. And it doesn't have... Okay, so the game has a really bad screen shake. And they released an updated port of the game that doesn't have nearly as much screen shake. That's on the Xbox store. So I very seriously, unironically, had to buy the game on like the Xbox game store to play it. I mean, I guess you could pirate it. Holy shit, the dog dork? And he pissed it in his mouth? Freak. So I kinda help stave off Phil Spencer hanging himself. This painting is worth more than I make in a year. I should have been an artist. That's where the real money is. Oh. The business gang has gone under. Without money laundering, we've lost most of our clients. Times are tough. Luckily, the debauchery gang is sponsoring the wine. 4 tentacles, Pinotage. Oh, I like the pissmans, dude. That I can't show this on stream. That's obscene. No, the Evil Within 1 is really fucked up. I think the Evil Within 2 isn't nearly as fucked up. Le Man. Oh, I got an achievement. Critique the art. It's a metaphor for society. Such a brave use of negative space. It's a metaphor for the human condition. Such an emotional message. It's a dialogue within a dialogue. Just superb. Bravo. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Me neither. I love modern art so much. That could be in Smiling Friends. Oh yeah. When I was in high school, we went to like an art exhibit in a nearby town, and it was all like contemporary art, and it was extremely fucked up to a degree you can't imagine. One of the art pieces was there was a drum kit like in a big silo that had like glass on the outside so you could see inside the silo, and they had this tube on top that would like dangle over the drum kit and move around, and it would drop seeds onto the drum kit to make drum noises at random. That was one of the art pieces. They had one thing that was just like trash, like actual trash. It was a bunch of like black plastic bags and broken wood beams and polystyrene bits. Like something out of a like fucking back alley in some favela. And one of our teachers got in trouble because she like walked over there, and the dude told her, "You can't, ma'am, you're walking into like the art piece. Please get the fuck out of here." Oh, stop vibrating. And we actually did something like this. Like a bunch of dudes took a selfie in front of a fire extinguisher, and like they asked like exhibition staff to take their picture in front of the extinguisher, and they kept laughing, like asking the people like, "So what does the extinguisher mean? What's the deep meaning behind the extinguisher on the wall? What is it a metaphor for?" It was pretty epic, dude. There was like a giant plastic butt plug, which I'm pretty sure is just like a whole genre of art now. I think they had one of those over in Paris at some point, just a giant butt plug. They had some shit like they took fucking destroyed tire bits from trucks and they put them on a little pedestal, and that was it. That was like the whole art exhibition. It was like, wow, dude, pollution bad? Look at these tires. Thank you, brother. Great work. Such a thought-provoking piece. I love the use of everyday objects. Me too, man. Really makes a powerful statement. Could you guys move? I'm not done mopping. Exactly. Hey, dog. That's hot. There's a foot for a hand. Deep meaning. I'm the biggest fan of modern art. Toilet. Whoa. Oh my god, we're gonna see Pizza Pig. It's just Meat Canyon. What's going on, big guy? Welcome to Pizza Pig Pizzeria, home of the chocolate hot dog burger. Can I get your order? Oh yes. Anger wife is going to get nice and fat. Welcome to Pizza Pig Pizzeria, home of the secret sauce, secret soda. Can I get your order? Take a look at this. I have never seen anything like it. Weirdest pizza ever. Welcome to Pizza Pig Pizzeria, home of the deep fried deep dough pizza. Can I get your order? Americans really eat this shit, by the way. I want to join the debauchery gang. Crime just doesn't get me going anymore. I want to commit sin instead. There's gotta be a more efficient way to cook these. I can't afford to lose my job. I'm already a burger flipper. Tragic, socio-economic goings on. I'm a member of Neighborhood Watch. This is the best neighbor watching spot I've found so far. God, I wish I could stack boxes and climb up there. Jaywalking is crime. Jaywalkers have rights. We are criminals. You're not a criminal. We don't want your type here. Get out of our city. Jaywalking is a real crime. You don't have shoes when you're in the overworld. They take them off. You just have your bare toes. It sucks, dude. They don't want you to explore. They want you to climb around. Oh, this is Agatha. This is what Agatha looks like, except he's blacker. Look at all that Fent. I think this is gonna be pretty epic. Welcome to Club Debauchery. You must be at least this debaucherous to enter. You have to be this fat to get in. Alright. $30 you say? Oh, the petting zoo? No, dude, this is gross. This is a furry convention, man. I know what the petting zoos are at furry conventions. I've seen them. Oh shit. I have no memory. Short term? Long term? I don't know what anything means. Holy shit. Stroke. Caress. Oh no. This is so graceful. Okay, so the door's around here. Alright, alright. Oh shit, without jumping? Fuck! This is kind of micro-rape. Where switch? It actually shouldn't be too hard. If you aren't like a mental midget. Yay! How you doing, Wobbin? You ever do anything for Vermintide? Been thinking of getting back into that and actually try my hand at modding shit. But I'm kind of retarded. And that's a problem. Die! Die! Eat feet! I like the idea that Angerfoot fucking blasts through these levels, killing everybody in like 10 seconds, and then he comes back out of the exit hole just to strike a pose. Really stunt on the losers. I think I'm almost done. I think there is this chapter left, and then maybe another one. It's either 2 chapters or it's like 1 chapter and 2 bosses. 15 goons with headshots? God damn. The latest boss shoe is the Flurry of Kicks. I haven't tried it yet. Thank you for reminding me. I wanted to give it a shot. Holy. Oh, they make you float. That's awesome, dude. Give me your gun, bitch. Holy shit! Is that a new guy, or did they learn to dolphin dive? Max Payne if he wasn't mid, I guess. No, they are new. Holy shit! Indulge yourself, sin freely, eat the pizza, never repent, steal from God, eat pizza! That's what I do every day, man. I'm actually gonna indulge a bit. That's kinda sick. Gunchucks, is that a joke because Chuck Taylor's? Damn! Hugs are cool. Aww. It's kind of weird, you can drink all these things, but you can't eat any of the food. You can't actually really indulge yourself. You can't grow as fat as your beautiful wife. What? I'm bad. Just the sad truth of the matter. Surprised there hasn't been a level where the challenge is like, have X% of accuracy at the end of it. You know, like don't miss a single bullet type deal. If you miss a shot, you die. It would be tragic for me because I have never aimed in a video game in my life. Shit. Oh my god, you can climb with the flurry? Oh, holy shit! Oh, this changes everything. Oh, hell yeah. These are awesome. I've been mouse raped once again. Okay. You take a bullet, you take a bullet, you take a bullet. You can call me Oprah Winfrey because I'm fat and black. Just sure you can ask Grok. My docs is out there. Not ashamed of my past, not ashamed of who I am. No, I'm retarded, dude! Okay. Lock-in mode. Please. They should make an Angerfoot movie, dude. Genuinely BTFO John Wick pretty hard. Watch this, you'll never see it coming. Oh, I missed. It's over, dude. Told you I could aim. Do the dive. These are the best shoes in the game. Can I 30 seconds it without the speedrun shoes? Oh, do it! Okay, probably not. That's one thing I'm not a huge fan of. Like, a lot of the challenges, like, some of the challenges are really fucking interesting, and they really make you think about what you're doing completely differently than normal levels. Like, I think my favorite mission so far was the one where one of the challenges is you can't kick, but there's a fuckload of doors. Man, I had to use those shoes that make enemies drop random weapons and just, like, improvise solutions by plunging barrels to doors. And then you have shit like complete the level in like under 30 seconds with or without jumping, and it's always just like, oh well, time to equip the speedrun shoes and charge forward. I don't like those. I think if there was like one or two levels that did this, it would be fine, but there's way too many. you know, they're not very interesting. Ack! Oh shit. Do you have any idea how fast I am? I don't even know. I can't even register how fast I'm going. The human eye can only see up to 24 FPS. I'm going at 1,000. Easy. Holy shit, Reverb's cat is awesome. Runt Posting is my favorite channel. I'm just gonna go and spend half of my awake time on random pets channels on Discord. And I'm just gonna give a heart or like a little kissy emoji to every single animal I see. Without worrying, she's impale goons. Holy shit! There keeps being more. Genuinely, dude, the game is shitting out like 2 or 3 different things per chapter, and it doesn't let up. I'm surprised. It's kind of cool. No shoes. No shoes time. The other one. Oh yeah. Impalement. Ah! You know, I'm gonna say something horrible, but I think this game would have been like a perfect candidate for I'm actually gonna... This might be heretical, but I think I'm gonna lower the music a little bit. Oh, you can turn off explosion ringing. I didn't know. Some kind of roguelite mode, dude. Or like you don't know what enemies you're gonna get. Might have gone pretty hard. Like having to improvise the whole way through. Oh, they don't stick to walls? Aw, but look, they're together now. One of the worst things we lost going from Vermintide 1 to Vermintide 2 was in V1 you could impale people to walls with the longbow and the crossbows, and in V2 you couldn't. And I never understood why they did that. It was so awesome. I love nailing dudes. Hell yeah, Robert. Just say that because you like your grob. You like a bit of grob action. Does it shoot through doors? No. Ooh, that's a big stake. Cool. Oh, if you don't charge it, it's still a one-shot. Okay. Ooh, speaking of Witch Hunt, that witch-based boomer shooter Coven, keeping an eye on that. If that ever comes out of early access, I'll play it. That was kind of fun, I think. Oh, it didn't have manual saving. That was horrible, though. Always hate that. Idiot. Oh, they don't have the big stake poking through them either. Very disappointing. Ow. Dude, this is like one of the nicest surprises of all time. Alongside over-penetration mechanic. You mean for like impaling guys to walls? Specifically? Because I think I have opinions. I have opinions on everything because I'm like a retard on the internet. So of course I do, but when it comes to video games, they're sometimes pretty well constructed. And if you're just talking about pinning guys to walls, I think it's very important when you make a damage response mechanic, be that gore or animations, stuff like that. You always need a response that is proportional to the action that's being inflicted. And a great example of like really bad damage response is in the old ass GTA games, You can shoot someone with like a pistol in the head and the entire head comes off. And there's like a blood fountain. And it ends up creating something that's very dissatisfying because the massively exaggerated response doesn't correspond to like the type of damage you've inflicted. And it ends up making it feel less impactful, even if the impact you've had on the guy is you know, huge. But when it comes to impalement, I think if you have a... If you're going for like something that isn't slapstick, that's like fairly grounded, like you said you wanted to do something kind of medieval, I think one of the best things you can do is have enemy bodies have a lot of weight when they ragdoll into death. And basically, if you want to have like guys sticking to a wall, it would need to be from crossbows, and only if they're like right behind a surface, or like, I don't know, you nail them in the arm and the arm flies back and it hits the wall behind them and that attaches them. But you don't want them to like fly, you know, get sent flying by the crossbow. Although if you got shot in the chest by like a huge fucking siege crossbow, you'd probably fly back like at least like 1 foot, you know? Like you'd hit the ground pretty violently. That's one thing a lot of games actually struggle with, proper weight for ragdolling. There's so many games where you kill an enemy and they just instantly lose all their weight. And I think the best example of a game doing this right and doing it wrong is the Tide series. You look at Vermintide 2, and the gore in that game is terrible. The body damage is awful, right? It's just really shitty, like jello covering the enemies when you hit them, if the hit doesn't dismember. But then they have this superb animation quality that blend completely seamlessly from alive to dismembered and dying to they are now a ragdoll because you hit them again. And the ragdolls all have the exact appropriate amount of weight. So when you send a rat fucker flying with your hammer, it feels just right. Like that is exactly how I would expect that rat to go flying. And then there's Chaos Warriors. And Chaos Warriors have these like pretty elaborate death animations, like that kind of look pretty cool. Like if you shoot them in the head with like a handgun, they'll do this thing where they stumble around on their feet for a little bit, and it looks pretty good. It's like very much, you know, like almost spaghetti western, like very exaggerated, like death animation, like ah, you got me, ah. But then they hit the ragdoll point and they just fly around and they lose all their weight and it completely kills it. Yeah, dude, pinning dudes to walls is really thick. It's really sick. And if you're doing some kind of thing where enemy movement is a bit physics-based, which I'm always kind of interested in, and because I used to love like the old GTA games and shit, where they had the Rage engine with Euphoria, and they had these active ragdolls that responded to the environment dynamically, and like when you shot them in the leg, they would limp very realistically. If you have some of that, you could even make the enemy stay alive while pinned. Like, there's a guy next to a wall who's like aiming a fucking arquebus at you, and you just send a bolt through his arm, and he's nailed to the wall, and he still has one hand free. And he's still like trying to come at you, but that would be extremely complicated to implement, which is why you don't see many developers doing it. Which is why I'm sad that Rockstar stopped, because Rockstar has infinite money, and they toned down their Euphoria effects and enemy reactions from GTA 4 and Max Payne 3 to which came out last? Red Dead 1 or Max Payne 3? Max Payne 3 was the last one, I think. After Max Payne 3, they severely gimped like their active ragdolling and you know, like these dynamic procedural animations. And like GTA 5 and Red Dead 2 feel awful in comparison. Like genuinely feel awful, like a generation behind. And the reason they give is just that people don't care. Which I think that really speaks about Rockstar as a developer and how like dispassionate and uninterested in like making art they are, that they're just like, well, we could do this really great thing that was like industry leading and really epic, but we don't think people care enough, so we're gonna stop. What about you, dude? Do you care? Do you want to make the game be sick? Oh, you're a bitch. Hell yeah. No! The crossbow pushes you back! Dark Tide Gore is broken? Dark Tide does a lot of things really wrong with its gore that could be very easily solved. Like, it has a genuinely very nice layered damage system that you don't get a look at very often because it's... Well, first of all, it's very binary. It's very all or nothing, right? You're never really gonna notice the, like, different layers. Like, there's actually, like, armor, clothing, and then there's, like, the flesh you can strip. But what ends up happening is you go straight to flesh, which isn't a huge problem, but it does lessen the, you know, the impact you could otherwise have, and the really cool, like, more dynamic response you would have of, like, you know, slowly over time stripping someone of their armor to reveal, like, the wet with blood clothing underneath, and then you'd have the flesh exposed. And of course, there's, like, the missed opportunity of having that, you know, integrated in gameplay, where instead of armor just being a number, armor is actually something that's dynamic and you can break off to actually hit the meat pillow, which would just be absolutely fantastic, because Dark Tide's armor system is terrible. Holy shit! That's kind of impressive. You nail them to the wall with the stake, and then when you kick them off the wall, the stake stays planted. Wow, okay, okay. And yeah. But where the fuck was I going before I gushed over what Angerfoot did? Oh, the eye is looking at you. But it is like an okay system, and in the thick of it, like, you can only, like, when I was capturing thumbnails and shit, you notice a lot of extra detail that you normally don't pay attention to, and it does occasionally provide, like, a pretty good response, like when you just see, like, a bruiser that you hit once in the head and he lives and he's kind of looking at you all fucked up. Oh, I misread one of the objectives. And, yeah, but unfortunately it doesn't work super well on, like, big armored enemies like Crushers. Even if the effect of, like, plasmaing their face off or, like, doing the Force Sword sticky that, like, melts off, like, the plate, that looks really sick, but there's too few things that look like they affect armor like that. And where Dark Tide fails is whenever it tries to not let the layer damage system do its job, and they do stuff like the bad to the bone head variation, which happens every single time you kill an enemy with a headshot with a blunt weapon or with a chain weapon, and it just looks like this completely meaningless, unreadable, low-quality head asset that looks like straight out of like an Unreal 3 game, like something to have in the background, or like a piece of jib from Fallout 3. And there's no discernible damage done to the head jib. Like, you've all seen it. It's like the head is, like, blown at the back in, like, a really weird, nonsensical way. There's no, like, sense of direction or force. You can't tell, like, what caused this damage. And if they just not done that, not implemented that, the game would be better for it and more satisfying for it. And another thing the game is terrible at is blood splattering. When you hit an enemy in Dark Tide, the blood splatter that comes out is from a completely random direction, which creates this very messy, directionless muddy feeling when you're hitting a horde, where like you have a swing from right to left, and you see blood splatters going up, you see blood splatters going right, and you see some blood splatters going the correct direction to the left. And it's really, like, once you notice it, it's very, very distracting. And it looks just bad. And that could be very easily solved. Like, all you'd have to do is like map like specific blood directions per swing. Which I actually don't know how the game determines like impulse, like what to knock a ragdoll. Like, how does the game know that your weapon is going from right to left and from left to right? Is it like purely physics based, or does it actually tell the ragdoll, here's what hit you, here's how much force it should impart? Critical gore is really important. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fucking Vermintide 2 splitting a Storm Vermin in half horizontally with an Executioner Sword overhead is one of the worst feelings in a video game. Having some kind of response where, like having a headshot response where you like split the guy like through his head, down through the neck, and like a little bit into the chest. That's really important to have. Because the head flying off is also deeply unsatisfying. And then if you hit the body, like having one where you just like go like through the collarbone. Very important, completely agree. Or even if it's a small enemy, just like straight up bisected vertically. Like if you have a big fuck off attack, shit like that. I think if they just spent like a little bit of extra work adding this sort of stuff to Vermintide, they could have made the experience like twice as fun for very little work. Because it's really not that much you need to do. It's just like put in a few bespoke like body variations. Really would take a model, like a 3D model, like a week, dude. At most. I've always wanted shit like Chaos Warriors, especially, like to have special response to some damaging stuff. Like, for instance, when you kill them with a gunshot, I wanted them to. I would have loved for them to have like damaged head models. Like if you kill a Chaos Warrior with a handgun headshot, it just like there's like a very small entry wound in the front, but then at the back it fucking explodes out, and you have this disgusting exit wound, blows a hole straight through them. In Vermintide 1, there was a kill variation for standard clan rats and slave rats too, I think, where if you shot them in like through the body, you'd see a hole through them, like a big round Tom and Jerry like see-through hole. Plackies. Oh god, is that the drunk shoes? Oh no, thank god. Oh yes, it is the drunk shoes. Oh fuck my asshole, dude. Okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. This is gonna be horrible. I'm not actually sure turning off blood effects is gonna make your game run better, dude. Oh! I think that's more for visibility. Oh. It was bound to happen. I actually don't remember graphics options in Dark Side having that much of an impact on frame rate. It was just like, when things happen, the game runs badly. The problem with flamers isn't the lack of like a burn texture so much as it is the fact that the flames themselves are not like a force. And that's why I hate flamers in video games. I really do. They're usually the most like unsatisfying weapon category. Because they don't have any kinetic feedback. Because video games like to treat fire like air, and so you're just shooting like an angry cloud at people. And oh fuck me. And an angry cloud just isn't funny. Like it isn't fun to shoot air at people. If you want to have a good flamer, it needs to have like a weight. It needs to have a physical presence that can hit stuff. And you need to be able to see both the stream of fire respond to an enemy presence, or I mean to contact with an enemy, and you need to see the enemy react as well. Like actually recoil and and you'll respond in some way. Because he's being hit by like a big stream of like heavy fuel. And it also makes it more interesting gameplay-wise, because currently not only are flamers in Darktide like monumentally overpowered, they're very difficult to balance, because with the way they have it set up, you know, being just like a giant AoE, like how do you make that take mass into account? Like that's very difficult. Like, since there's no like shaped projectile, how do you tell it, alright, you can only hit like, I don't know, fucking 15 mass at most? Oh holy shit, this is so foul, dude. Oh, I got her. I'm one with the drink. Yeah, so it's both something that makes the weapon feel awful and also creates a balancing nightmare. Well, at that point, it's more of a design nightmare than a balancing nightmare. Not that you should separate balance and design, because they're just exactly the same thing. And like, all of the weirdos who say shit like, you know, balance doesn't matter, it's a PvE game. What they're telling you is that design doesn't matter, because what is designing something? Designing something is creating or finding a thing and giving it a purpose. Everything needs to have a point. Every enemy in the game needs to occupy like a space in the combat ecosystem that you're building, and it needs to be able to perform that role and occupy that space unhindered. So whenever you have an enemy that's like automatically trivialized, that's a huge problem. Like for instance, I think Ragers are like one of the best examples of like a genuinely dogshit enemy, where they're supposed to be this very aggressive, like melee threat that's very fast, but they get stun locked in their own combo for 15 hours, and you can simply walk away from them. I mean, any enemy in a melee game where the player can just move faster than them all the time is by default not going to be able to perform their role. And when you're making something the player can use, when you're giving them tools, the tool needs to have a problem that it solves. It needs to have an identity. Like, it needs to have a unique way of solving that problem, so that even if you have two tools that are designed to do the same thing, as it were, like, technically all melee weapons have the same role. They all need to do the same things, but they all have to do it in different ways. And when you start fucking up the balancing, like you just have one gun that does too much, that does it better than the other guns, what you end up doing is you've taken the purpose away from other tools, and if you've made something that's completely overpowered, you've also made the enemy unable to do its thing, like, and occupy the space it's supposed to in the combat ecosystem you've created. Perfect example of that is the flame staff. Again, just like a bit of a marvel of bad design, that one. Oh shit, the shotgun boys. Where you can just shit out infinite AoE and none of the horde is ever going to be able to come close to you. And now you've made all of the melee combat sort of irrelevant, and anyone who wants to play melee when you're there, well, they can't fucking do it because you've overstepped your boundaries. Like, at that point, you stop having... It's not a balance problem. It's not like the numbers aren't tweaked right, because the numbers end up having very real, concrete, measurable impacts on the gameplay. It's not like Battlefield balance, where, oh, like, this assault rifle is kind of overperforming. We need to look at all these... You know, we can, like, look at so many variables. We can tune the recoil values, we can tune the spread increase per shot values, we can tweak the damage drop-off values, we can make this into a 4-shot, into a 3-shot kill, we can look at the RPM. That's purely balance. That's just very minor design thing. That's like, okay, this is easy to fix. But when you have something that encroaches on the spaces of other tools, or makes something not matter, that's a very big fucking problem. You have a design issue at that point. And that's kind of why I think the most frustrating thing with Dark Tide is that you just kind of have like these massive... They're not even game breaking, they're game aborting. Dark Tide has so many of these deep, like insane problems that prevent the game from being the game that it would like to be. That it ends up completely sucking the fun out of it. So yeah, balance is design. And anyone who disagrees is a complete fucking retard. Especially developers. Like, if a developer doesn't understand that, you're fucking done, dude. Anyway, rant over. Except rant not really over. I don't know. I kind of feel like just like making maybe like a long form, like a rant video about first person melee and the stuff that I would want to see, because there is so much you just don't see in the genre, because it's a dead genre, let's be honest. But it has so much potential, and no one is just willing to like go forward with it and do stuff. And I'm afraid that the innovators, like the potential innovators, are like Strumon and Ace Team. And I like Strumon. They're solid dudes. Their games are always interesting, even when they're not great. And I'm afraid that Ace Team and Strumon maybe don't have the wherewithal, or maybe the budget to like make these decisions, which is why I really want to like getting close. Like I was thinking about contacting Ace Team as well about their upcoming game, because if you want good first-person melee combat, there's a few things you need, and I think I can sort of lay out the manifesto like almost by heart. I think the first step is have Vermintide's controls. What Vermintide 1 did for the PvE first-person melee genre is so monumental. It's akin to Quake introducing the third dimension to first-person shooters. It's akin to Cyclones having mouse controls for your aim. Or Rise of the Triad, like letting you look up and down. I think that was the first game that you look up and down. It's so incredibly big, and no one cared. You still see games come out that don't try to ape that style of control, and it is such an important change, like a departure from like the jankier, more experimental stuff like Dark Messiah, that sort of inherently limits how much you can do with the actual melee combat part, because so much of it is environmental interactions and imsims. And that's not a dig at Dark Messiah. It's just an observation that inherently as an imsim it is going to be less combat... It's going to be less direct combat heavy, and as such is going to have less of a need for complex mechanics and systems. That's not to say that it wouldn't be a better, more fun experience if it had the capacity for that system, for those complicated systems. But really where these more complicated systems and more mechanics heavy and that more mechanic heavy combat style shine is in a game that is going to be 100% combat, and there is nothing around it. There's no exploration, there's no stealth, there's no pushing dudes off walls. It is just going to be purely you, your sword, and 50 guys in front of you. And the horde aspect is very important, because the horde needs to occupy space. to push you, to force you to move, to force you to prioritize threats, because now you have to deal with like the sort of 10 guys that are in the background like a liquid, like the grass you have to mow. And then you put some rocks in the grass, so your lawnmower has to stop and think. That's where you throw in the elites, that's where you throw in the specials, that's where you throw in different types of threat. And the reason why Vermintide's controls are so important is because they provide extremely smart answers to some questions I don't think anybody had asked up until now. Look at the dodging system. That was abandoned for Darktide, by the way. The dodging system of Vermintide is fucking brilliant. How do you have a first-person melee game and you solve the problem of the player just being able to run around the melee blob and avoid their attacks? Well, it's very simple. First of all, you slow down player movement. You make sure they can't outrun the enemy. Darktide doesn't do that. And then what you do is you make sure that the enemy attacks actually occupy a space and force the player to get out of that space. So in Vermintide, the way dodging works is that an enemy will have an attack, you press the dodge button, and for a certain amount of time, you will break tracking on that attack. The attack is still going out, it's just not going to hit you because you've moved and it's not tracking you anymore. Darktide doesn't do that. Darktide has a dodge state that lingers for such an insane length of time that it completely automatically trivializes melee combat and makes enemies, like, even if you don't run away from them, you can't make enemies occupy space meaningfully in melee if players can just press a button, and even if they barely budge, even if they're still, like, hugging the enemy, their attacks are gonna miss because they've now entered the dodge state. And the dodge state doesn't last for the whole dodge, it lasts for up to like 250 milliseconds, which is insane. It's fucking crazy, like after the dodge is over. And then Ogryn doesn't have it, so it creates this horrible dichotomy where you have classes where it feels like dodging is like a completely automatic process where the game just makes enemies go through you. And then you have this one class where it feels like dodging is broken because of the giant gap that's between the two dodging styles, as it were. And I think dodge lingering is actually a very good idea, just not the way they've implemented it. I think one place where you want to do dodge state and dodge lingering is for lag compensation purposes. And I think 250 ms is way too huge for that. Like, genuinely, you should have a scaling dodge linger property on your character in Vermintide that scales with ping up to like 100 ms. And that should be the upper limit. That's still like less than half of the longest linger period you can have in Darktide right now, playing on like 50-30 ping. And then it would start working. But then you would need shit like actually melee attacks, you know, losing their tracking and stuff, because it creates other problems too, where you have another point of failure for the game to fuck you over, where there's an attack bruisers have right now in the games where, yeah, it's twice the frames. Okay, yeah, Elden Ring is like way too generous with its iframes on roll, and that's iframes on roll. Linger is an iframe after the roll. That's so bad. That's terrible design. Like, if you want iframes or iframe-like mechanic in games, they need to be meaningful. They need to be, like, not easy to pull off. They need to let you plan them ahead. Just like having this big bubble around you that makes you able to completely ignore an entire category of enemies is so fucked. Yeah, of course there's lingering frames. There's a lot of lingering frames. It's almost half a second. It's insane. Ogryn doesn't get it, though. And when you have this system that relies on the game checking a state, that's another point of failure. And bruisers right now in Darktide have one specific attack that is broken and goes through dodge. If you take Vermintide's base, that never happens, because your dodge is literally you moving away and if you are away from the attack, it does not hit you. Dark Tide doesn't think like that. Dark Tide basically does a check of whether or not the bruiser hits you, and it says, okay, you're not in dodge state, even if you are, so I'm hitting you. And that's why sometimes you dodge, and then you take like a big fucking 100 damage hit, and you turn around, and there's like a bruiser 20 meters away. That didn't happen in Vermintide. What happened in Vermintide is like the enemies would fucking slide up to you to catch up to you, but you'd never like see an enemy 20 meters away, like right after an attack animation, and you took damage from that. Yeah, and they're never gonna fix it. Like, they know which attack it is. Crab and Tyr figured it out like a year ago, and it's not getting fixed. They don't care. Which is that sort of like one of the worst things I think with Fat Shark is just how much they don't care about their own game. Like, when I reported that some events had completely missing spawns and literally didn't work, supported by video evidence and countless bug reports, shit like Warren literally not spawning Horde. And you have responses like, well, yeah, but the players didn't notice, so like, how bad can it be? And it's like, well, have you noticed? Now that I've brought it up to you, like, you're making the game. And even if only you know that something's broken because people haven't caught on yet, that should be enough for you to go and fix it. Because you want your game to be the best game it can be. Because you really care about what you've made. But apparently not. Apparently no one cares. Terror point system is broken. Grim suspected it had something to do with specifically, yeah. Terror... Do we know if it's budget? It was like waves that were supposed to spawn didn't spawn. So yeah, Mitra, it's also why why events are also broken on Havoc. It's like you can pump all these intensity modifiers and you'll feel them in between events, and then you get to the events, which is supposed to be like the big points of friction. Like that's where the pressure's laid on the players. That's where they have to like play the game a bit differently. That's where they need to focus on an objective. That's where they really, really need to learn the enemy timers to like know when there's an opening to push or not, which at this point is fantasy. We're never gonna go back to that. And it's just not. And like the most important part of the mission ends up like falling flat. It's fucking terrible, dude. It makes me so sad. Like I genuinely have nightmares just like thinking of this fucking game that is just rotting and no one cares. No one wants to do anything. The only people who care are being completely ignored, and we don't have a way to like call CPS on Dark Tide, right? It's not a fucking child. We don't have modded realm to like fix all this and do something with it. Anyway, going back to the point I was trying to make 20 minutes ago about the sort of what are some rules to follow if you want to make an interesting first-person PvE melee game. Non-negotiable, you need Vermintide controls. And Vermintide controls answer like so many problems that no one even knew existed. Like I mentioned, like the way the dodging system works and why it's so clever. Plus, you know, the whole like having a dodge count on weapons is very interesting. I think having varying dodge distance is bad to a point. I think varying dodge efficiency, and this is like a bit of a nuclear take. Like it's one of these things that I would accept to be contested on, but I know in my heart that I'm right. I think varying dodge efficiencies should really be more of a flavor thing than something that can actually like break or break a weapon. For instance, do you remember the old chain axes and how they were completely unplayable on Veteran because the dodging values were so bad it felt like you were moving through molasses? That's a great example of what I mean. There's no justification for the weapon to have like this bad dodges. It's because in the abstract someone thought, okay, part of that weapon's identity is bad mobility, and it's like, okay, well, why? What impact does this end up having on gameplay? Well, the impact you're having on gameplay is that it feels like shit to use it. And it's not like when you slow down in a tight game because you're winding up like a huge hit, and then you speed up because you release the huge hit, that feels good. When I go really slow and when I press the dodge button, it feels like there's no correlation to anything that's happening. It's like completely fixed. Like my character just, I don't, trips and falls. Has broken legs. Just like remembers they have broken legs. My implants aren't working. My fucking leg prosthetic doesn't work anymore. There's no justification for that. And it just ends up making the weapon feel so much worse. And so when they like bumped it up, like they made it like the profile that was just above what it had for dodges, it made the weapon feel so much better. And it felt like actually playable on Veteran and a lot better to play on Zealot. Because, by the way, Zealot gets like a dodge boost modifier, so everything you play on Zealot ends up feeling a lot better. Which is why Chain Axes always felt like more playable on Zealot than they did on Veteran. You're not crazy. Same with Momentum. Momentum affects your dodges in a bunch of ways. And the other end of the spectrum is something like knives, like combat blades, like the dueling swords, where you have your dodges are so big. And they're so fast. And then you can slide, which is a huge problem after that. And you can cover so much ground with them. And you move tech with them. Where it ends up just completely breaking the game. And like, I don't care that in the abstract you have an archetype where you think, ooh, finesse weapon, move fast, like ninja. Because the impact it has on gameplay is so nasty. Because the whole, like, Vermintide style dodging away from an active attack to break tracking, that only works if you can't move like 6 miles by pressing the dodge button. It only works if there's like a reasonable fork of dodge distances you can get. And if that fork is too large and you can have dodge distances that are absolutely pathetic to the point of making you feel terrible and don't want to pick up the weapon again, or swap to your gun to dodge, which is really degenerate. We don't want that. Or, you know, move so fast that you end up ignoring the horde again, that it ends up... It's just really bad. It's just really fucking bad for the game. And yeah, another thing Vermintide's control system does that we didn't really have previously is it opens the door, because the problem is no one has exploited it yet, which is why I'm hoping I can get in Strumon's pants. The controls for melee weapons, having light, heavy attacks, a special button, a push, and a push follow-up, is, at this point, the greatest first-person combat system ever invented. It's the perfect framework, because it allows you to have attacks that have meaning. What you usually have in first-person melee is something like in Shiv and Mordhau, which is profoundly uninteresting, because they come from profoundly interesting games, uninteresting games, and I know people spend thousands of hours in them. I'm kind of gonna lower the game audio volume a bit. You'll excuse me while I'm talking. It's just like a bit distracting, and I can't like play the game as I'm explaining all this shit because I'm not gonna be able to think clearly. Mordhau and Chivalry are what do I mean by very uninteresting. Well, they do have some of the fundamentals that make first-person melee what it is, which is at its core. Never forget the core pillar of first-person melee. What is it? It's manipulating a hitbox through time and space from a first-person point of view. It's aiming strikes. That's what makes the genre what it is. If you take away the ability or the need to aim strikes, which is why the finesse model in Darktide that is based off of the weapon instead of the enemies is fucking degenerate, and you have stuff like Ogryn where you don't even have to open your eyes to fight efficiently, that's a huge problem. When you do something like that, you end up in that scenario. It's like the Destiny bullet sponge scenario, where guns can stop feeling like guns when you're shooting at a big health bar, because at that point it feels like you're throwing numbers. When you don't need to aim your swings, and it doesn't matter whether you hit the head or not, you make your melee swings feel less like you swinging a big fucking weapon around, and more like you are just doing numbers to a big blob. And yeah. So, why Shiv and Mordhau aren't very interesting is because at their core, there is one thing you're trying to do. You are trying to trick the enemy into letting you hit them. Be that through the intended riposte mechanic, or through janking out your animation to the point that they press block at the wrong time. That's why I think Chivalry 2 was pretty interesting. It got shit on a lot, because it was seen as casualization of Mordhau in Chivalry 1, where you could hold block. But the ability to hold block in Shift 2 ends up actually making the game more interesting, because it's less about a binary, I've tricked you, now I hit you, and it gives more options to react to the janking out of animations, which is still there, by the way. If you've played Shift 2, you've all seen someone with a Highland sword doing overhead, morph into another overhead that then becomes a heavy, and then they like slam their camera to the ground, and it just looks like this. It looks like an Elden Ring boss attack. Like you have this giant wind up that takes 5 minutes, and then like at random, suddenly the sword comes down, and it looks like there's no real connection, like flow to the movement at all. It's completely unnatural. There's plenty of disgusting things you can do. I think they've added more broken weapons. There's like the quarterstaff, I think, has completely busted animations. It's not very interesting. And the control scheme of directional attacks is super interesting. It works in PvP when you have a much more simple relationship to you and the enemy, right? You're facing like 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 guys, and the thing you want the most is, I need to use an attack that will trick this guy, bypass his guard in some way, and maybe swing to hit enough people. And because of the nature of the initiative-based combat in these games, you wouldn't really benefit from having a weapon that has, let's say, like a 5-string, like a 5-step attack string, and you really want to hit them with a 5th attack, because your attack chain is going to be interrupted by like attack 3, either because the guy is dead or because they've blocked your attack. So there wouldn't be any point in having like this combo system. And so in that way, the directional attacks kind of work, but for PvE, they're very uninteresting. Because first of all, they drastically reduce the amount of cool stuff you can do with weapons. Because if you think about it, every weapon in Shiv or Mordhau sort of plays the same. They all have the same attacks. They all have 2 stabs, they all have 2 overheads, they all have 2 slashes, and they all have 2 uppercuts. And if you're playing Shift 2, they all have 1 special attack, which is occasionally different, but sometimes is the same also. Whereas with Vermintide, you can do anything you want. You can mix and match all the lights and all the heavies, and you can have an attack chain, and you can reward people for going deep into the attack chain and actually committing to learning their combos, and you can give like weapons interesting properties, and you can differentiate them by having movesets. If you look at the 2 power swords, wink wink, nudge nudge, the one that has a slashy push attack and has the 2 lights overheads at the start is like a complete reverse of the other 200 power sword. There's a reason for that. It was designed with purpose by a pretty smart guy. And what the combo system lets you do is say, okay, well, if you have the 3rd light, it's this strike down, and then it leads into this heavy overhead, and then after the heavy overhead, you can like go back to the light strike down, and it creates all this need to like know where you are in the combo, which is inherently interesting, because you always end up trying to make the most out of the attacks you have to use before getting to the big juicy stuff. And having these attacks that can have their own properties instead of just being, oh, this is the overhead of the weapon, oh, this is the slash of the weapon, is so much more interesting than just swinging in a direction. It's actually like hard to like fully expound just on how important this combo system is. And you end up having design failures when weapons don't use it. One of the greatest faults a weapon can have is push you into attack canceling. If the optimal way to deal with a certain type of threat with a melee weapon in your game is to do the same attack over and over and over again, because you don't have a chain for that scenario, that's a design failure. No one likes it. It's not interesting. It looks ridiculous. It feels dumb, and it's not good. Like one of the best examples I can give is the Algren shovel, the base shovel. How do you deal with a single target? QQ heavy 1. Hold left click, QQ. Hold left click, QQ. Hold left click, QQ. It's not interesting. It doesn't make you think. It doesn't leverage anything that makes first-person melee fun. And you're sort of going back to, this doesn't really feel like I'm swinging a weapon. This really does feel like I'm just like throwing out the best number. No, it's heavy light loop. Oh, really? They changed that? Wow. I wonder who could have suggested they do something like that. Yaklis is another one. Old Great Hammer in Vermintide 2. It's some old Eviscerator as well. Holy shit, heavy 1 QQ, and that was the only attack that had like a decent profile. It's one of the worst things you can have in your game, to not have like a proper chain for something. And it effectively makes your moveset have a big gaping hole in it. You never want to just have one move that does a thing. You want a chain of moves you can go into that deal with a thing. And I think one of the only weapons... Yeah, exactly. Fire Sword Heavy 1 spam. That's one of the worst. That is one of the fucking worst, dude. Tax 7, I don't think had the ability of a fun moveset because it's like so basic. Taxes are not finished. Taxes aren't done. They need like a complete moveset pass and animation pass and redo the special to actually be an attack. Yeah, the Fire Sword Heavy 1 is also like a great, just like this weapon doesn't exist. Like it's not a melee weapon. You only use it to like spam fire and and get THP, and you either spam Heavy 1 or you spam push attack, and like that's all you do. That's literally all you do. None of the lights matter. Heavy 2 never matters. And I think one weapon that currently incentivizes canceling your chain, which I think would benefit a lot from very, very minor changes to it to incentivize doing the full chain, but has a very simple chain, is the Execution Sword. The Executioner Sword has the same attack twice. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Heavy 2 is the same as Heavy 1. It just comes out from the left side. And what you end up doing a lot with the Executioner Sword is just canceling after Heavy 1 to do another Heavy 1. So it comes from like the same side and it's easier to aim. And I think it might be faster. I remember it being faster, but I haven't played Vermintide 2 in a while. I'm getting back into it. I swear to God, I have the game installed, and I'm a bit on and I'm a man on a mission when it comes to that. I just need to get people to play hard content with me that I know are going to play, because it's not, you can't matchmake into it. So yeah, spamming the same control without end is bad. Like when you don't have anything that makes you think about your chain, it's really bad. Like you always need something. You always need something. Even when let's say your optimal chain for dealing with Horde is like spam light. Like I could see a weapon do that and still be interesting. Like for instance, I think one of the 2 Force Swords was pretty close to doing that, where it's 2 slashes, and then they go into 2 upward slashes. And the upward slashes are inherently interesting because, first of all, they're harder to land. And in order to reward that, you need like higher finesse, you need like higher headshot damage, you need something. You need to make the player think about his swing. Because like spamming light isn't necessarily like a death sentence for a weapon moveset. If there's a scenario that calls for spamming lights, even if the input is simple, you can make the implications of those attacks interesting. And if you vary up swing directionality, and you like make the players aim their strikes, that's a good thing, right? You don't want to end up with like a situation where you play Chainsword and all you do is just mash the button, you don't even look at your screen, and it's like whatever, who cares, dude? It's just as efficient. No, one of the 2 new ones. It's the one that they forgot to add syncopations on the light attacks, so it's like a very robotic, like tack, 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 tack rhythm. You don't want that. That's not how you swing a sword. When you swing a sword, you go tack, 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 tack. Like you have to convey, like, there's things you need to convey in first-person melee, and that's that there's a fucking guy holding the weapon, doing these swings. And off-screen, you have to imagine the movements that they're making with their arms to prepare for the next swing after they finish one. And it's very important you try to convey that through wind-up speed and release times and shit like that. It's also important for balance and design, and to give the moveset a purpose. I mentioned the Executioner Sword with its two heavies. How do you make heavy 2 on Executioner Sword matter more? You delay when you can block or swap out of heavy 1 to the point where it is faster to do heavy 2. And you make heavy 2 a bit faster than heavy 1. Maybe give it a little extra damage. And then you would have something that, as an input chain, is very simple. You spam heavy for single target, which I'm not a fan of. But you would at least have this interesting, like, very straight overheads that cross, because one is down right and then the next one is down left, and you'd need to account for that and move accordingly and aim accordingly, so it's not completely brain dead. But if it doesn't do that, like, people are just going to spam the first attack over and over because it's just better. And it's your responsibility as a developer to make sure that the best way to do a thing is always the most interesting way to do that thing. Because if you don't, the players are going to find what the best way to do a thing is, and it's not going to be fun. And it is going to break stuff, and it's going to make your game look bad, and it's going to suck ass. That's on you, that's your job. And there's a bunch of contingencies in place you can have to ensure that that happens. Or doesn't happen, rather. Okay. So this combo system is extremely important. I think another extremely important thing that goes completely underused is push attacks. And push being block. Push attacks coming after a block action means that... Well, I mean, push attacks in general are kind of interesting because it gives you a fourth way of attacking. You have 3 main attack inputs. You have light, you have heavy, and then you have special. Special is mega underused. In my dreams, special is another attack button that can be held to do a heavy. And does something completely... What kind of modded diffs? I'd go as high as I can. And find what I can't do and then keep playing to do it. Although I think modded difficulties has some, like, design flaws that I'm not a huge fan of. Namely, that's going to be relevant to the push attack discussion. And the push attack, not only is this another, you know, gives you another, like, a unique attack that has unique properties, because inherently, since you need to block to do a push attack, it's a combo reset. Which sounds like a negative thing, but it is good to have these options. Like, it's you essentially give the weapon different chain starters, which is cool. And then you can give it unique follow-ups and all that. But because it comes out after block, push attacks have this inherent property of being counterattacks, where what you can do is when an enemy attacks you, you don't dodge away, you don't block, you push attack through his attack, and you both block his swing and then immediately have initiative because you did an attack. And the big problem with Tide games currently is that on the higher difficulties they really like to just drain your stamina because they want to make blocking really punishing. So you can't really go around, like, I don't know how modded Vermintide actually deals with stamina drain, but base Cataclysm and Vermintide 2 is just like has an insane stamina drain modifier, which is really bad because it's already super suboptimal in Vermintide to, like, stick around in a corner and just hold block. Like, it's already inherently discouraged, right? You don't need, like, an extrinsic, like, I'm going to fuck you if you do this plan, because that ends up making pushing into attacks, like, not a thing you can do. And not capitalizing on that property, I think, is a huge misstep, because it's a very interesting thing. There's actually very cool gameplay interactions you can do, and there's one in Dark Tide right now If you're not playing the Havoc modifier that makes elites unstaggerable, which I think is bad, even though I complain a lot that elites are too staggerable, you need to have some situational ability to stagger some elites by doing some cool actions. One of those cool actions is if you have a combat blade and you push attack a rager in the head and then you punch them, they get staggered. That is really fucking cool. The problem is, the game spawns like 20 fucking ragers, and it's always more efficient to gun them down. And if you're forced into melee, it's always more efficient to just spam dodges and just spam attacks and just use your infinite mobility and they'll never catch up with you. And so you never end up having that mechanically deep and very juicy timing your push attack with his swing and then aiming the follow-up and then aiming the follow-up of the follow-up to get a dead rager. And the most interesting way to deal with the rager ends up being the one you will never use and you will never see anyone use it, which isn't very cool. And I actually think that you should design a lot of weapons with the idea in mind that push attacking into an attack should be rewarded. You should gain stamina back. It should buff the attack if you send it through another attack. And unfortunately, you don't really have that at all. They experimented with some timed block shit in Vermintide 2 and it didn't work really well. You didn't get rewarded handsomely for it. You gave up a lot for it, like parry on Witch Hunter just wasn't good. In Darktide, it's even worse. There's like one time block interaction and it's just a stun, which is so fucking lame. And I think that's a shame. And I think building with that in mind of like letting players use stamina like as a combat resource is very important. And that's something that is completely lost in Darktide, because Darktide, on top of having dodges that are entirely too powerful, then also thinks it's a good idea to prevent stamina regeneration after dodging, which means that stamina is effectively not a combat resource. Stamina is like a nearly exclusively out-of-combat resource that you just use to sprint around and trivialize everything, and then in combat, if you actually want to use your actions that cost stamina, you're extremely limited, because you're gonna have to dodge. There's no two ways about it. You're gonna need to dodge. If you're engaged in melee combat, the dodge button is gonna have to be pressed. And the moment you start pressing the dodge button, it's over, dude. All that stamina, you can say goodbye to it, that bar's empty. And if you had any interesting interactions or any interesting combos you could do with your stamina bar, it's over, dude. It's really fucking stupid. Couple of perfect block talents on RBGs, that's kind of neat. Some incentive to target the legs. Yeah, that's kind of like my next points after I'm done explaining why Vermintide does things so well. Or at least lays down the framework for stuff that is so interesting that it doesn't use. But yeah, I think I'm kind of done with like why the controls of Vermintide are so good and so smart. But then there's the problem of weapon special. Weapon special in Vermintide was relegated to some extremely niche features, like shooting the pistol on your rapier, changing the zoom on your bows, but only on like one class, which is retarded. Just like if you want, I want adjustable zoom on every weapon. Like I remember in Vermintide 1, like finding a really complicated mod to like shove into my mod list so I would stop zooming in with a beam staff because it made me sick. And yeah, it's like a zoom button, it's a pistol on rapier button, it's like a poke behind your shield on the dogshit fucking briefcase, spear and shield on Kruber. It's just never interesting. It's never used in an interesting way. And I think one way you could make specials interesting is not by doing what Darktide did, which Darktide promised every weapon would have a special. And it's true, every weapon does have a special. But it ranges from another block button, but worse, on Ogren Shield, to flashlights or buttstock swings, which are never interesting and never do anything. Or it's a stagger button, like taxes have stagger buttons, combat axes have stagger buttons, pickaxes have a fancy stagger button, which is like extremely uninteresting because they're chain breakers, like they reset your combo, like your push attack, and it's very like immediate flowchart. It's very much like, oh, I need stagger now. I press button, dude staggered. Like same with like rapiers. It's really stupid. Like the dueling sword fucking stab poke is disgusting. It's really uninteresting. And it's either that or also activations, which are also again combo resets that don't want to do anything interesting and are just like it's an out of combat chore is the best way to describe it. And it's like the worst implementation you could have of like powering up a swing or getting the chainsaw ready. And in theory, there's this. Probably what they were thinking when designing it is like, okay, but it makes the player think about when they can activate because it takes time to start the activation process. And then they didn't think about how actually fucking boring and uninteresting it is. Just be like, hold on, let me wait a second to power up my weapon. And how just like from a fantasy point of view, it doesn't work because it makes your soldier look completely fucking incompetent. Like what, you came to the battle with your power sword turned off? Are you retarded, bro? Like, are you fucking stupid? You inhale too much fucking pox gas? Are you alright, pal? The button's right there, dude. You're not supposed to swing without the button pressed down. Even when they try to tie it to resource play, like with the fucking power, like 200 power swords, it's extremely uninteresting. And it's just like, okay, I'm just gonna max out how long I spend in the boosted mode. And it's not fun. Sloppered is here. And yeah, these activations suck. The way they've done sticky weapons is also like a disaster. Like, basically, special should just be like another swing button that does something unique. If you have something like a chain weapon, sticky weapons are bad. Don't put sticky weapons in your game if you can afford to. I think Fat Shark did the best they could, which isn't great because they had needed to have chain weapons. But if you want to have chain weapons, I think one of the things you can do is just have special be the gun it mode. I remember Crab describing it like that. Like, it should feel like you're pulling the throttle on your bike. And what you do is that if you want to stick with an attack, you start holding down special, and then you start going the whole brrr, and like actually digging into the guy. And when you release the button, you follow through, and you have the weapon glide over them or go through them if they die. And that's how you implement it, because the whole like always sticky all the time, or always sticky when you press the sticky button, unless you have gathered enough like artificial cleave, is really bad. Oh, a note on cleave, by the way. Cleave is a horrible mechanic. Cleave should never be something you can touch individually, because it ends up taking away like the feeling of a melee weapon swinging through guys. For a very simple reason. What does it convey? What is happening to my sword to be able to cut through more, but not cut harder? I don't deal more damage. My damage distribution is unchanged. I just go through more mass. Well, the answer is nothing. It's just like magic. There's nothing... There's no concept being translated here. It's just a stat pump, and the stat you pump ends up making it feel extremely limp and weightless. Literally weight. Like, you make the enemies feel like they don't have any weight, and your weapon just glide over them. You should never be allowed to pump that. If you want to pump something, power is a much better stat, because power actually conveys something. It actually conveys like the strength you're putting into your swing. Power will change how many guys you can cleave through. It will change the damage they take. That's good. That makes sense. I swing harder. But pure cleave pump is one of the worst things you can have in your video game. Yeah, exactly, Jam Jam. Exactly what I'm saying. And what I would love for special to be instead is an actual attack. And if possible, an actual attack that plays off a resource that you gain during combat. I think a great thing that is completely missing from these first-person melee games is meter play. If you look at the in-combat resources you use in Dark Tide, it's extremely uninteresting. It's either like infinite ammo staves that don't do anything interesting, it's infinite ammo blitz that's infinitely uninteresting, it's fucking grenade spam, it's a cooldown that doesn't even matter because you can regen it. And then you look at the weapons, and the weapons never have any meaningful resource you can gain and spend, which is the most fun thing you can have with a resource. I'm gonna get some water. 2 seconds. You know where I'm going with this. I've yelled about this. one of the most fun and interesting ways to introduce a resource-based system into your combat economy, combat ecosystem rather, is a way to gain a thing and then a way to spend that thing. And there are currently two things in Dark Tide that do that in a way that resembles fun gameplay. The first one is enhanced psionics brain burst, where you deterministically gain stacks by doing actions, and then you deterministically spend that stack by doing something that is very tangible. It's a very snappy, it's a very impactful, completely transformative effect on your blitz that makes it from one of the most boring things in the game into something that's actually pretty interesting. And the other one is Weapon Specialist, which is a little brain dead, but is really fun and is one of the few things that is actually trying to blend the melee and ranged combat aspects of Dark Tide. Dark Tide does a terrible job at blending those together. And honestly, I would have rather they keep them completely separate and ensure that range doesn't encroach on melee gameplay. But as it stands, it's just a fucking mess, dude. It's just a fucking mess. And so what I want is for essentially every weapon in your game to have some kind of meter that you get by doing combat actions. And already that lets you further differentiate weapons and lean into their identities by giving you slightly different gauge gain values for certain actions. If you're playing a finesse weapon, you're rewarding the player more for landing those headshots. And well, I think web spec is pretty uninteresting in terms of like the impact it has on the gameplay. And even though it's like a fun dynamic to go melee gun, melee gun, melee gun, and kind of weaving between them, if you look at what people use it for, it's mostly just like really gross shotgun abuse and has also like plenty of really bad interactions. It's they could have done something way better with it. Just give me a button to spend it. I wanted like one of my big rants that I had over in the playtester server is that keystones need a button. Keystones need something. Most of them, the vast majority of keystones need a button. They need to let you spend your stacks by doing something meaningful and directed. So something like heavy hitter, you press the heavy hitter button to consume your stacks. You can do a special melee attack. What's it called? FNP lets you do like a unique counter move where an enemy hits your counter stance and you do something terrible to them. BLO, you press the button and you like throw an explosive magazine out and it acts like a baby grenade. Or even better, you throw something in the air and you need to shoot it out of the air and it explodes and it does all sorts of cool things. Or you just load in a mag of special bullets. Just anything, please, just that does something. Psyker, another spell button. Why does Psyker have so few psychic things? His staves, like, all share the same fucking left click, and all share the same fucking dogshit special, and all have a dead input because of reload. Like, you don't need to vent on staff or melee ever. That's another thing. Like, I'm gonna finish the special thing and then move on to the reload key that's going unused. And one of the best ways you could implement, like, weapon special mattering is you have this gauge that you can spend. And your weapon special is a melee attack, like all your other melee attacks. And it has its own chains. And most importantly, I think, is make it a chain finisher. Like, you know, the traditional, like, heavy attack in beat-em-ups chain finisher, like pressing Y at the end of the combo after pressing X a bunch, you know. And depending on whether you do XXY, XXXY, you get, like, a different attack. I think having special be something that can be, like, a light or a heavy consumes gauge. And you can effectively like place like a, so it doesn't like overcomplicate the moveset, right? Because what I'm talking about here is adding like something that exponentially increases the amount of inputs you could have in your chain. And you don't want your chains to be overly complicated. I think the absolute maximum I would ever go on any weapon is something like 7 inputs. Like a 7 swing chain. And that's genuinely pushing it. That's an extremely long attack chain. But I've had dreams, I've thought about that sort of stuff a lot, and higher than that is ridiculous. And when you're adding like a whole new button that can be either a light or a heavy, that complicates things. So mostly, it can be a combo starter, but it can't do anything too wacky to the combo starting. I think having some special unique chains could be good, but I'm fucking talking like hypotheticals and stuff that I'm just like visualizing in my head, and there's no game basis for it. But if you had like some chain, like a single follow-up attack that's unique after either heavy or light special, and then you go into the normal combo chain, I think would be fine. Anything more than that, I think would overcomplicate things way too much. They didn't give a button for the dog. Dude, the controls on Dark Tide on control... Like, okay, first of all, controller players should never be listened to because they choose to continue playing on, like, an input system that has been antiquated since the 90s. First of all, why don't controllers have more buttons in the back? Why hasn't scuff controller bullshit become, like, the standard? Why are controllers still using analog aim as default when we have gyro aim and flick stick and it's been demonstrated that it works better? And why does Dark Tide have a dedicated fucking Auspex button? What's the point, dude? Just be, like, long interact press into the objective zone. Easy. Holding another current key. 2 nade tosses. Yeah, anything, dude. Like, there's plenty of options, bro. Like, I've had this discussion where someone said, there's not enough buttons. And I showed, like, no, you can do so much with a fucking controller, man. Like, it's just unused. There's like double inputs, like 2 bumpers together, both sticks clicking together. There's all sorts of shit, man. Fucking pressing like triangle and circle at the same time. And I'm sorry for mixing up like X, Y, and triangle, circle. I'm just like looking at my DualSense right now. Like fucking Ninja Gaiden does that. Like you have to press fucking like X and A to do the guillotine jump. Like I forgot what it's called. The fucking wind path, whatever. And yeah, no, gyro aim is really good. Gyro aim is like, it sounds like a waggle tier retarded gimmick, but it's really good. And you really dump on like analog kitties unless they have like really nasty aim assist with it. But yeah, just ignore that because it can be ignored. Like you can absolutely adjust a control scheme for controller players. You don't even have to add buttons because we already have special input. We already have reload input. But yeah, that's what I want for weapon special. Is for it to be like these special, like genuinely special attacks, plural, that do things. Like let's say you got yourself a great sword, and if you do 3 lights and then you press special, the light is like you punch them with the hilt, and that follows up into another single target attack. That's like the punch is really big stagger, and then you have extra big damage. If you hold the button, it's an overhead itself that then also leads into an overhead, and you could make them cost different amounts of special bar depending on how impactful you want them to be. And generally, when you want the really big fuck you mode, you need to go further down the chain. And that would be so much more interesting than what we have. Because like even the most interesting specials in Dark Tide right now are super lame. Parry on the Devil Claw is so fucking lame. Bad input from playtesters. I mean, I'm not gonna badmouth playtesters anyway, so even if that were the case, like I wouldn't go tattle on them. But most of the really productive playtesters have good feedback, and they have the same feedback. And it's just completely ignored. Like, no one looked at this new Psyker skill tree and thought, hell yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, like the... But yeah, the Argonomicon is a bit of a disaster. I mean, the Argon playtesters, the people who, like, let the... Like, back when patch 13.14 hit, there was this bug that I noticed in, like, a minute, where the Ripper gun would apply fire stacks very inconsistently and very fast. So instead of being per shot, it felt like I had a suspicion it was like per pellet, but it wasn't exactly that. It was something like per body part. Like the more body parts you hit, like hit zones you hit, the more flame stacks you would burn. So you would like instantly set all elites at like giga stacks instantly, and they somehow didn't catch that. Because some people don't do a lot of playtesting and they let bugs slide like that. Which I'm guilty of like not looking at numbers too much, in part because I'm very insecure. And I always perceive myself as being like too stupid to look at damage numbers and be able to make like reasonable tweaks. And that was a huge failing on my part. That was really bad. And if I could go back in time, I would spend a lot more time actually trying to come up with good numbers for things. And it's why the indie shock mall has this really fucked up value where one of the light attacks has more stagger value than the heavies. So you do heavy light to like stagger crushers instead of just like spamming heavies, and it's just, that's my bad. I don't know if that rapes NDA or not, but that's my fault for not looking at numbers enough. And I think I should have just gone for it and just like wrote numbers and seen where things went. That was a big insecurity problem, I think. I don't know. That's a personal issue. No one was a fan of the Hype Draco. I mean, fucking look at it, dude. They butchered the map. Like, they butchered... Darktide had two potentially interesting objective types. Carrying the vacuum capsule and Auspex Investigation. The other map that had Auspex Investigation is fucking Vigil Station. And Vigil Station sucks because nothing fucking happens and you scan the entire objective before any enemies can fucking spawn, and then you trigger your scripted wave and you spawn kill all of them and it's over. Hab Draco had this big arena that was designed in a way that it would let pressure accumulate on players and would actually provide like a fun challenge of like, okay, we need to like push through density, we need to time our pushes out of our little closet and scan things. You know, that's of course assuming you're not running like 4 people in a team, because Darktide was never balanced for 4 players. And if they had done something where instead of it being 2 concrete waves of go out and do the objective, and was more of like a longer investigation, like scanning objective, that it wouldn't just be like you scan 7 things and you're done. It's like you have 3 things you can scan, you go and find them, you scan them, and you have 3 more things, and then you have 3 more things, and then there's a break, and there's like a peak of enemy intensity, and then you have the next phase of the scanning thing, which is kind of similar. Because the problem is it finds like a spot to spawn them, and they're sort of all clustered together, and you can go very quickly. But anything that sort of like takes a player out of combat... No, it doesn't take a player out of combat. It takes away a player's ability to fight back while they're doing the objective. But they are in combat. They are engaged with enemies. And you need to move as a unit. Like, the idea of having to move as a unit and protect that player who's doing the minigame, that's the sort of thing that turns a chore into engaging gameplay. And they've never capitalized on that. And the vacuum capsule carrying maps are all deeply, deeply broken in so many ways. And I'm so glad that at least some of the tiny changes I wanted for Enclavum Barros Middle made it through. And the map is like 10 times better for it. But not all the changes made it through. And you can still skip things with the stairs, and same with Excise Vault, you can still skip with throws, and Excise Vault just has too much verticality, too much freedom to move around, same with Power Matrix, whatever. It's fucked. It's a problem. Yeah, Tree sucks. Tree is just... I take back everything I mentioned about the investigation, and what it did for the gameplay and for the players that were engaged in that objective, and how you need to find breaks in enemy spawns to go out. You need to watch your positioning, you need to watch your movement, where you're going next, where the enemies are coming from, what the timers are at. One of the most satisfying things in Darktide before they completely broke all the event spawns was like learning, like getting like an instinct for the timers and feeling the lull in ways and being like, okay, now it's more clear. So we have this window, like a window this big to do this objective, and then you need a contingency, you need a way to fight your way back to a safer spot. All of that is just turned into a binary. Can I stay static long enough? Yes, no. And it's just another form of cogitator minigame, which is the most uninteresting minigame to play in Dark Tide. It's just one step above no objective. Because all objectives have this notion of needing to, assuming the map works, assuming enemies are actually spawning, and assuming the arena is designed in a way that players can't just completely trivialize it by going in the right spot. Assuming all of that, all of the events in the game are inherently going to have the component of, oh, we need to like learn the timers. And with the cogitator, there's nothing else. That's all there is. It's learn the timers and then go spam push inside your friend, and that's it. It's not very interesting. Gloriana first mini objective thing. What do you mean? What mini objective? Do you literally mean the first event? Like where you need to like defend the generators and like restart the generators and like pull on the lever? I think Gloriana's first event is very well done. It's one of the few parts of maps that has a good layout. It has like a death corridor that you're naturally drawn to hide because the spawns are coming from the front, including ranged spawns. But there's also shit spawning from the death hallway and the normal entryway. So while you're pushed forward, potentially taking risk to try and neuter the ranged menace fast enough, there's more shit coming from the other side. And there's not like a really big space to navigate, and the best navigational option given to the players is going across the middle to the console to abuse dropdowns, which is a problem, but that has a solution, but here we are. And that is still not 100% safe, so I quite like it. Like, assuming spawns work, because they don't always on Gloriana, which is weird. Like, it's a map that has inconsistent spawning problems. No, it doesn't need more leeway. I think it's fine. It needs to be aggressive. It needs to be difficult. I would do one thing, though. I think it's very important in general. This is like a side note, but your actions should not be interruptible by damage. Interacting with an objective or reviving a friend, block breaking, toughness breaking, health damage, none of it, absolutely none of it in any circumstance should interrupt what you're doing. If I want to sacrifice health to get a revive off or an objective done, I should be able to do that. And it creates so many scenarios where it's like back to a binary of just like, I guess it's not time yet, while also creating extremely frustrating scenarios where you're 99% done and something like a pebble hits you and it breaks your toughness or it breaks your block and it's over. Like the whole thing you were doing, you have to like go like start all over again. And they could do like stage revives and stage objectives where like it saves your progress, but I like having to commit to the full duration of the thing. I just think I should be... It's not that I want to be less punished. I want the ability to be punished for doing it. Like, if I'm going to take big damage, let me take big damage, man. And then I'm in a potentially worse situation, even with a revive off or with a objective done. And it also gives... Like, there's so many scenarios where there's a single trooper, there's a single dude with a gun coming out of nowhere that interrupts a revive, and it interrupts the revive during the window you had created by moving specifically to get that revive, and now you need to start the whole fucking kiting chain all over again, and by the time you're in another position to maybe revive your friend again, he's dead, he's out. And that's really bad, because one of the most important things to have in a game, especially a game with tight gameplay, is room for recovery. Room for recovery is the notion of, okay, the players have fucked up in a way. And rather than that being the end of things. Like, okay, you fucked up. That player is dead. He's dead forever. Or like this is a wipe. It's very good when you give players room to undo part of the mistake. And that includes like clutching an objective, clutching a res, and the game has this really weird problem where if you're trying to recover and to do an objective or revive, it will be so what was I saying? It can be so punishing when you're trying to recover a situation, but at the same time, if you just run forward, you won't be punished and you will win because the game has no counter to that. It creates this terrible dichotomy where, like, the worst, most uninteresting gameplay that breaks the game is rewarded over trying to recover a bad situation. Like, running away from your problems is effectively making those problems go away in fucking Darktide. And, yeah, you can give me a dev build, no problem. I'd like to be involved in game dev in some way. That's very nice of you to ask me. Yeah. I've always thought that. Ever since Vermintide 2, like, if you break my block, then break my block, and then let me keep the res. And if I take a hit, I take a hit, and that's it. Like it removes options, which is good sometimes, but in a scenario where it's not good, because it removes options that are meaningful. It's a meaningful decision you make of like, how much am I willing to give to get this action done? And sometimes that's potentially a lot. And I hate that the game just outright says, no, fuck you. And it removes granularity from these situations. And it's just bad. It's just bad design. But at least we got them to remove fucking range stuns after, like, what, 2 years? So, But yeah, stuns are bad. Stuns are terrible. Stuns are a byproduct of not knowing how to balance stuff. How and why do you need stuns in a game? Oh, it's very simple. It's because we couldn't make enemies meaningfully threatening. What stuns do is they take the damage value of the enemy that hit you, and then they potentially crank it to infinity. Because instead of getting hit by the bruiser, taking 50 damage because you played badly, or because he hit you through your dodge because bruisers are broken, you're now stunned for half a second, and you could get disabled, you could get hit by another big attack, you could get hit by a flurry of smaller attacks because you're stunned, there's nothing you can do, and that's really bad. And you have the need to do that when players can ignore the thing that's attacking them. But I don't think Fetrick thought that far ahead. Genuinely. So you look at guns. Guns in Darktide are both incredibly lethal and incredibly easy to trivialize. When you're getting shot at in Darktide, there are so many things you can do to counter those guns, except shooting back because of suppression. You can shoot at them to suppress them, and they instantly shit their pants. You can throw out one of the millions of fucking crowd control options you have. You can outright fucking kill them. You can run at them and ignore all their damage by sliding. You can pump out so much toughness that they can't damage you. But if you're ever caught off guard by a gunner, lone gunner on a Havoc 40, you're dead instantly. It's an instant death. Like, that's the big problem with ranged combat in Darktide right now. It's a complete binary where you either stomp every unit with a gun into the ground instantly, or they do it to you. And that is so fucking uninteresting, man. And it's such an easy fix. First of all, remove suppression completely. If I want to shoot back at gun dudes, that should be like a thing I can do with like a precision weapon. Like, I'm gonna get behind this waist-high cover wall that you designed for me to take cover behind. I'm gonna aim down the sights of my fucking las gun, and I'm gonna shoot them in the head. And I'm gonna be rewarded for my aim with dead guardsmen. That's not how it plays out. How it plays out is my reticle is bouncing around everywhere, and, well, I hope you brought something that completely flattens these guys, because shooting back at them is not going to be an option. By the way, if you introduce a bad mechanic to your game, you can tell it's a bad mechanic if you let me pay to get rid of it. If you really thought suppression was such an important part of your combat ecosystem, you would not have let me get rid of it by paying. You don't like suppression? Pay a point on veteran. You don't like suppression? Just press F. You don't like suppression? Just play the guns that aren't affected by it, man. Who cares? We didn't really design this. And so what you need to do to make guns matter is, first of all, get rid of this shit, because it both makes playing the game and engaging with one half of the combat system, because yes, Dark Tide has fucking guns, and using them should be rewarding and fun, and it just isn't, because you both have one of the worst gunplay models I've ever seen in a video game, and you also prevent me from shooting back at the one thing I should be shooting at. But it also makes them poop their pants instantly, and that's just not interesting in gameplay. Like, just turning off the guns, because now they don't control space anymore, now they're not a threat anymore, and if I can just do that on demand, well, what's the fucking point of them existing? It sucks. It's not good. It's not fun. If you want to have suppression, here's how you do it. It doesn't affect players ever, because taking control away from a player's aim is not how you design a game. What you want to do is keep control in the player's hands and rewarding that player for using that control to do well. If you want suppression, here's what you do. Suppression is a meter you can fill by shooting near enemies. And the higher the meter, the higher the value on the meter, the less accurate they get. So it already sounds more interesting, because now you can sort of meaningfully think, I'm going to expand X amount of ammo with my gun to make an aggressive push, to get closer to these guys or reposition, and you're now treating gun enemies like they actually have guns, and you have to respect that. And then what you can do to avoid like some retard Ogren player holding down the trigger, making them effectively non-exist by making them so inaccurate they can never hit you, is first of all, there's a ceiling to suppression. There's only so much you can add to their shot deviation, and you could even do something where the gauge can grow, but the amount of suppression stays, and you base suppression on like the percentage of the gauge that is filled, so that when you fill it 100%, if you keep suppressing, the gauge keeps growing, and so now you're like suddenly 90% suppressed, 80% suppressed, 70% suppressed, and you need to let it cool down, so you can't just keep them suppressed forever. I don't know exactly how Helldivers 2 does it. Helldivers 2 is very opaque with its mechanics, but Helldivers 2, like, I think has suppression on the player's end, and worst of all has flinch, which shouldn't be a thing. Just anything that takes control away from the player is bad in general. 99% of the time, it's really hard to justify. Yeah, I really liked Evil Within 1, but I did it on like no sleep, so it's genuinely a blur, but it was a fun blur. No idea whatever happened in that fucking game. And okay, I mentioned this like roaring advance thing where you're like blasting your gun while pushing up to the enemy gunner encampment. If you want to make that matter, slides can't make you immune. And this is how I would do sliding. I think there's two. You need to get Evil Within 1 on Xbox Game Store, dude. Don't get it on Steam. It's like completely broken on Steam. Like the camera shape will make you sick. You're better off pirating it, honestly. Instead of slides completely making you immune to range damage, which is really fucking bad. That's like a really bad thing, because it's like a state you can maintain yourself in, like indefinitely. Slides don't consume dodges. Slides make you go really fast. Slides are really spammable, and slides are not a timed action because of how long they last. So what you do is, I can think of two solutions. You either make sliding be a flat damage reduction on guns. So you just get shot during your slide, but you take less damage. Or it's a chance to dodge. And I want to lean more on the damage reduction thing because it opens the door to less exploitative stuff where with the dodge thing, I could genuinely see things where you're like, oh, now we're making talents and blessings that I can increase dodge chance, and we're back to square one. Yeah, the sliding damage resist shit is like really weird and effectively doesn't matter because it's immortal, but there was so much misinformation going around when the game first came out. Like, oh, you should never slide as this class because they take more damage than this other class. Like, really fucking stupid. Suppression on the player side should be their natural response to not wanting to get shot, not a mechanic, you know, like actual suppression is. Yes. Like, you inherently have something that simulates suppressive fire, where you're like, there's a stream of bullets coming my way, and I need that stream of bullets to stop. Totally, well put. And yeah, that's how I would do things, because now you never have a scenario where you take 0 damage. And I think if you want a scenario where you take 0 damage, yeah, like the problem is that because they have bad mechanics, Agathe, when they build on top of the bad mechanics, it accentuates the problem. It's like putting more weight on bad foundations. And they would need to like unravel a lot more now to unfuck a lot of things than they would have if they just listened to common sense 2 years ago. A meter each enemy has that activates once the threshold is met, or is it like a player gauge? No, it's on the enemy side. First thing. Every enemy has like a suppression value on them. And I think players shouldn't have access to that information in-game. There shouldn't be like a meter above their heads. Which is one of the few things I think that should be kind of hidden. And you need to kind of gauge and pay attention of like, how long have these guys been suppressed for? Are they going to start becoming unsuppressed again? Because at the end of the day, I don't want the result of you exposing yourself to unsuppressed gun enemies to be instantly die. And I think in addition to everything I've laid down, like, you basically remove a lot of ways to just, like, suppression is gone, you can't stun them anymore. Slide invulnerability is gone, you can't just ignore their gunfire anymore. You're now in a position to start tuning down the damage they deal. And I think that's a very important thing, because I also want toughness to be less strong. And if you want toughness to be less strong, you need to make toughness not be an answer to a potential insta-kill. Get rid of yellow toughness. Give everybody the same amount of toughness. I hate those small nodes. I hate the variance in toughness damage reduction. Just 100 toughness should be 100 toughness on everyone. TDR is the worst mechanic in the fucking game. My toughness video, I think, was pretty good at laying out what the problem is. And 136 toughness could mean 136 toughness, or it could mean like 200 plus. Without factoring in regen. That can happen in combat. And do I think enemies have a big enough health pool to make this mechanic important? It's not about the health pool of the individual enemy. I think some do if you nerf player damage. I think Reapers are too fragile. I think Gunners are too fragile. I think they should be full Carapace. But Gunfire is massed. There's squads that are set up. And you don't necessarily need to like make their health giga huge. You just need to make the encounter more interesting. So instead of just like the best solution for me as Zealot to be empty bolter to get suppression, dash at them, and then they're in melee and they die instantly. And maybe sometimes it's I pull out my lasgun and I just shoot back and I kill them. And I make use of the fun blessings that I have on my lasguns, like get some toughness on headshot kills or some bullshit like that, where I'm actually playing a shooter now. I also don't want suppression to be extremely meaningful. That's kind of the entire point. I want it to be much less meaningful than it is now, and be like a very secondary thing to shooting back at them, but still something you can do to have like a partial amount of damage mitigation. But I would just be fine with stripping the mechanic entirely. And have them just be like a reliable, consistent damage output you can read. Like, I don't really care that much. But if you are going to want to put suppression in, I think that's one interesting solution. But yeah, they're not beefy enough. They don't have, like, they would need... Ranged enemies in Dark Tide need so much, man. They need... First of all, they need to be on alert, right? Like, one of the biggest problems... hold on. Typical player tells to balance around Havoc 40 even though they don't play it. I think balancing around Havoc 40 makes sense, but it goes both ways. You have to balance both what the enemies do and the players do. The highest difficulty of a game should be when it's at its most interesting. It should be when they're where they're the most like pressure to do well, and it needs to be balanced in a way that everything is viable and nothing shit stomps everything. Trickle down balance works, and here's a great example. You ever complain about something that's overpowered? You complain about it because it's overpowered on Havoc 40. Imagine what that fucking does on like Heresy. You get 3 enemies per minute, and they don't even get time to breathe, they get annihilated. And you're like, well, if something is balanced for Havoc 40, it's also gonna trivialize Heresy. Well, yeah, but it's Heresy. It's meant to be trivial. It's the easier difficulties. And I think there's like a big problem with player mentalities and high difficulties where there is a genuine thing where they don't think the hardest difficulty should be hard. And they don't see a problem with giving them tools to trivialize it because it's less about playing the game and appreciating what makes it work as a game. And reminder, how do you define a game? It's a series of challenges. And when you start to make the challenge not a thing, in any way, one way or another, whether that's perma CC or perma flamer, you stop having a game. You have a very, very cool looking toy. And highest difficulty should not be where you go to play with toys. And that's why I'm actually a pretty big fan of letting players control the difficulty as much as possible, as long as you have like an endpoint that's designed, right? Where I would love if players could like place addition values, but Havoc 40 intensity. And they can just have like a brain dead slaughterfest. I have like no problem with that. I have never had a problem with like the 40-year-old dad wanting to live his power fantasy. The problem is that the 40-year-old dad, or like the farm dweller, or like the average mouth breather. That's a bit mean. The average goober wants to live out the power fantasy at the highest difficulties, and that's a huge problem because that's definitely not the place where you should have a power fantasy. That's where you should feel pressure. That's where success should not be a guarantee. Hi, Osric. Yeah, we have to police ourselves, which is really bad. Like, that's the sign. That's the clearest sign of like a badly designed game. When you see tools, instead of different tools being interesting options you could use to tackle something, a lot of them are so out of whack and badly designed that you're like, well, I'm locking myself out of ever playing that because it makes the game actively less interesting. Like, okay, well, I'm never playing Staff unless it's Surge, and Surge isn't very interesting. Okay, well, Creeping Flames is bad. Bubble is really bad for the game. That leaves me with fucking Scryers. There's guns you have to avoid. Okay, well, I guess Shout Ved is overpowered. I guess Stealth Ved is overpowered. I guess Stealth Zealot trivializes the game. Oh, fuck me. Doesn't leave you much to play with. And, that's a problem. Want power fantasy? Get good. I don't think you should be able to get good enough that you can have a power fantasy going with, I'm just gonna close the game. I don't know why I didn't do it earlier. It's like very distracting in the back. I'm gonna go take a piss actually. I don't think no matter how good you are, like the hardest difficulty should be a struggle. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Okay, back to yapping. Curious about Angerfoot? Oh shit, sorry dude. It's a cool game, but I've been yapping for like a million hours. Understood every point. That's a nice compliment, because I'm gonna be honest. I especially have this problem when speaking French, because I'm like so not used to speaking French anymore, that I'm more fluent in English, which is like a really weird thing to say. Don't tell Strumon I said that. Um, but I'm always very afraid of just like sounding stupid, and it happens to me so often that I can't process a thought into language, and I just don't know how to say it, and I can't find the fucking words, and it's like driving me crazy, and it just like comes out wrong, and so much simpler than what I had in my head. I should play a little bit of music in the background actually, so it's like more soothing. What's good soothing music that I have? Bolt thrower? Oh, I don't really have a lot of like background stuff that's peaceful. Oh no, I know, dude. Uh, would Electric Wizard be distracting? Uh, I like a low volume. Yeah, words are hard. So someone saying that I'm able to like express myself clearly is nice. Like ever since I've been on ADHD meds, it has kind of gotten better. I was afraid of my my meds sort of like losing their efficiency, and maybe needing a higher dosage, but I'm not sure. Music should be really quiet right now, maybe a little too quiet. I'm gonna maybe boost it a tiny bit. Put a bit of gain on there. Up by 15 dB. There you go. Neophyte music. Yeah. Oh, good idea, actually. Yeah, but that's because you hear the thought that comes out and not the thought that was in my head when I wanted to say it. So yeah. Um, I think another point about Dark Tide guns is that Dark Tide solved a problem that a lot of games have, which is that fix my self-esteem. Been working on it for a good 15 years. I don't think it's working. Um, hit scan enemies aren't particularly interesting to avoid, generally speaking. And Darktide had a very clever solution, which was treat them like a melee attack. What do I mean by that? You look at a shooter in Darktide. What do they do? Outside of their little shooter behavior, like any other dude from a shooting game where they like run around and take cover and do all sort like and do that. What happens when they want to shoot? They point their gun. They have a visual cue of like the muzzle flashing, and they have a sound cue of the burst that's about to go off. And then when you press the dodge button, you dodge the burst. It's like a melee attack. And that's super interesting. I bet if you asked random players of any skill level, you just like ask them how shooters work, they wouldn't be able to pick up on that. Just because it's completely suboptimal, and even situationally isn't better than just spamming slide, because you just have this state of constant immortality. And that sort of links back to the thing I was talking about earlier, where balance is design. And you have a move. I'm actually gonna do a thing here. You have an option in sliding that is so overtuned that it eats up something else. It eats up timing your dodges against shooters, because sliding is just better in every case. And there's plenty of examples of Darktide doing that, where one option in the one tool in the same toolbox is better than all the other tools. And you can apply that toolbox analogy to like a very micro scale. So for instance, one idea that I brought up a lot with the devs is moveset cannibalization. Currently, the light pick in Darktide is a profoundly unfinished weapon, unless like changed all the damage values and I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I guess it's like the only way the game can be threatening because of bad design is through bad balance. It's like a spiral. Yeah. So the problem with the Carsolus pick is like, first of all, it has a very uninteresting like horde clear combo where it's just like repeating the same attacks, and directionality doesn't matter, and aiming for anything doesn't matter, and it's just like one input. Okay, that's not very interesting. But then it has this really cool fourth light attack that's an overhead. It has this cool bespoke heavy overhead that comes out after either the special pull or the push attack staff poke. And after that heavy overhead comes the light overhead. So the weapon was supposed to have a way to continue that chain of overheads. And so after the light overhead, you can do the heavy overhead again, so that you can use the special pull or the push attack as a starting point for a single target chain. And then you can break out of it by just doing a heavy after the overhead, like the heavy overhead, a light after the light overhead, or you push and go back to business. The problem is that spamming heavies was both, by design, your best horde clear combo, your best mixed combo, but also your best single target combo. And it made this entire, like, half of the moveset, even if it was complete and finished, not matter. And that's a huge fucking problem. That's cannibalization. And that's one thing, if you're making a first-person melee game, that you have to watch out for, which is like a part of the moveset eating the other, literally. Osric, I would say balance enforces design, because balancing is the means by which you determine the extent of and the stakes behind the player's and enemy's action. Those stakes can either undermine your design or elevate it. Yes, but they can also twist it and end up like becoming it. Where if you have a tool that's like so massively overtuned that there's no reason to use another tool, that becomes a design problem. Because when you design something, you design a tool with like a specific role, a specific problem it fixes, and a unique identity as to how it goes about fixing that problem. And when something is badly balanced enough, it ends up like destroying the design. Yeah, Branks is the most finished of all three pickaxes. The only thing Branks needs is to not go into heavy sweep from special. It needs to be special, bespoke heavy overhead from left side that then links into heavy overhead from right side. Um, oh, dude, what did Borovian need? Oh, Borovian has like a problem where it can't repeat. It has like same side swings after a chain, and it was like super easy to fix. I forgot the chain, but it was pretty simple. No, Burrow's not fine. Burrow's like one change away from being fine. But it's currently not very good. So yeah, I think I'm kind of done talking about the guns of Darktide. I mean, I guess one thing I would add is that we just have missing archetypes, where there's no... The game does a really bad job at threatening space, because as we mentioned earlier, melee doesn't do it. Range does it in a very uninteresting way that can be turned off. And gas is the best thing it has, and it's genuinely a really cool mechanic. Tox Bomber should not have been a special. Tox Bomber should have been something that can have a more, not totally constant, but a more constant presence on the battlefield, or he should have been designed in a way where he spawns kind of independently from other specials. Beeping. Oh. Alright. We have a bit of a Grob situation. Oh no, chat is covering Grob now, dude. Fucking hell. Whoop. There he goes. And I would want to see an enemy that is an indirect, not immediate threat that still makes you move. So a grenade launcher. A plasma gunner that shoots, you know, explosions at you. The drag could have a guy, like, they need to throw grenades. Shooters need to throw grenades. Dregs could even be given, like, Molotovs, and the grenades have, like, a small movement impulse that pushes players around, and it would be so much fun. And yeah, supposedly shotgunners have the ability to throw nades in the code since forever. Yeah, I think your appreciation for the Tox Bomber is like a great litmus test for how much you understand Darktide game design. No, not flashbangs. Fuck no, dude. No, I'm banning you for that suggestion. No, never, ever, ever, ever have flashbangs in the game, bro. No way. It's so annoying. One thing I think they should have is smoke grenades, because you look at Veteran and his smoke grenades. Who is hurt the most by a smoke grenade being thrown by a Veteran without the mod that finally came out that makes them invisible? It's the fucking team. You've thrown a giant cloud of shit that is blocking vision in an important part of the area, because you've either thrown it on us, which means that every threat close to us is now fucking invisible, and it makes trappers misbehave, and it makes dogs super unpredictable, because the frame that smoke goes, like, stops existing, the dog is pouncing someone. And until you're in that smoke, the dog has the exact same behavior as the assassin when you're invisible in Vermintide, where it just spazzes around, running from left to right, and it becomes less readable, more dangerous, and it's a fucking nightmare, dude. So, you know what? It's so disruptive, I want enemies to have it. I want stalkers to be able to smoke out the players and cover their advance, and I think generally, like, another problem too that's, like, more, like, impossible to fix and is way complicated, the movement of ranged enemies in Darktide is absolutely atrocious and is so non-conducive to good gunplay. It's genuinely one of, like, the biggest pillars of why ranged combat fails in that game. Whenever you're trying to aim for heads with something like a Headhunter 7, yeah, melee enemies too, but I'm kind of conditioned to have accepted that. But yeah, the enemies in that game just spaz out uncontrollably from one state to the other in, like, one frame, where one frame the guy's attacking, the next he's like staggered back and the head like moves drastically. Ranged enemies have horrible stagger animations where they keep running at full speed and then randomly stop, or they start running at full speed. They don't have like momentum gain, so it's like extremely hard to try and track them. They have like, when I mean bad stagger animations, they used to have this one, it's probably still in the game. I have like this screenshot from years back of shooting a dude with a recon lasgun, and his reaction to getting shot in the face is to bend forward 90 degrees, avoiding the rest of my burst because his fucking head is on top of his cock now. You can't have that sort of stuff, man. If you're gonna want guns to matter and be fun to use, the targets you're shooting at need to behave in ways that make sense. Yeah, there is no blending. There is no blending whatsoever. Glad you like the title, man. You should play Angerfoot. I'm sorry. This has turned into like a bit of a massive autism spill on Darktide. But Angerfoot is very good, and it's currently on a pretty deep discount, and it's a very impressive game. You should buy it. But yeah, enemies need to like move in ways. Thanks for the follow, brother. They need to move in ways that make it engaging to shoot at them. And earlier someone mentioned I would love if the game gave me an incentive to like hit enemies in legs. I didn't forget that. I was gonna go back to that later. And I think for gunfighting, having unorthodox weak spots matters a lot. Sometimes the guy has a carapace helmet and you need to shoot him in the leg because it's unarmored. Sometimes he's completely full of carapace and you're just gonna have to deal with it. You're just tankier. Fuck you. Sometimes the belly plate is like open. Like Darktide has this system where enemies can have individual damage multipliers given to each body part, and each body part can have a different armor category, and they just don't do anything with it. And it's completely static, and it's always the exact same fucking thing. And yeah, it's just bad. It's just bad. The guns feel bad to shoot. Suppressions make them feel worse to shoot, while also making them impossible to shoot. The reactions the enemies have to being shot are bad, and are unsatisfying, and are unrewarding. It's just like this series of awful under-design that is creating a vortex of dog ass. The Draygunner? Draygunner, I think, is completely unarmored, but has flak chest. But I don't remember. And yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, the only thing the game does with all these, like, different targetable parts for ranged is when you shoot them in the arm, they take half damage. When you shoot them in the lower leg, they take half damage. That's not interesting, man. Give me interesting things to shoot at. The game needs flying enemies. The game needs, like, little drones. And I remember having that discussion, and we're trying to, like, figure out how to make it fit within the lore of, like, having a jetpack dude. Well, there's, like, Tempestus Scions that have jetpacks, so you could just have these guys, but they're renegade now. But just, like, a simple, like, corrupted servitor skull that flies around and shoots at you with a gun would add so much to the game. We need things that make you look up in shooters. It's so important. It is so fucking important to have something that like breaks just a like literal like one-dimensional tide that's coming at you. Did he actually say that we need a Darktide too? Because coming from a playtester, that's really stupid for reasons I can't disclose. But making new enemies is actually very fucking easy. If we had modded around, we'd have like 3 different fucking enemies that are new right now. Modded in V2 has like 2 different enemy types. It's extremely easy. It's so fucking simple, dude. That's a terrible thing. That's a terrible opinion to have. That's extremely stupid. Like, what about the Tox Bomber? Are you stupid? Oh, that's a weird take. I don't even want to know the justification for that. So yeah, gun enemies bad, and gun enemies uninteresting. And that's a huge problem. You know what? Electric Wizard is turning out to not be as soothing as I thought it would be. Like at all. I'm just gonna This is like pretty soothing, I think. It's like synthwave, but yeah, a lot better. All right, and yeah. Yeah, the whole hitting enemies in the leg and all that. I think one of the most unexploited aspects of first-person melee when it comes to tide games is having swing directionality matter on a per enemy basis in a very explicit way, rather than just I want to hit this guy first, so I'm gonna try and do the swing that comes out from one side, you know, assuming that even matters, and you don't just like dodge to them to do the attack. Like you want to hit the guys on the left first, but instead of like doing the attack that goes from left to right, you just dodge left and then do your right to left attack closer to them, whatever. What I'm trying to say is, it should matter what side your attack is coming out of for important enemies. And even I think like that would be a great thing to do with bruisers, where you give them armor specifically on a certain side of their body, to encourage playing with your moveset, breaking your horde clearing rhythm in a way that's meaningful, and creating like another layer of target prioritization where it isn't just, oh, I just need to kill this elite first. It's like, oh, well, he also has armor that's impenetrable on this side, and it's gonna... I don't necessarily want it to like stop the swing. I would love to be able to playtest stuff and mod stuff and have access to a PTE that I'm in control of, because a lot of my ideas, I'm very confident about them improving the game, and so far I have a perfect track record where everything I wanted, even if it's been implemented in a minor way, has led to the game being better for it. So I at least have proved myself on some degree, but there is some stuff where I would love to test and see if it works. Because the idea that I have, I think might work if it's like full hit stop like Carapace, and it's like, oh shit, my swing is stopped on this guy's Giga shoulder, and now the enemies that I would have hit through him have started attacking, and so I need to dodge. Or if it would be more interesting to just have it be like a big mass multiplier. So instead of hard stopping the weapon, it just eats up like 2/3 of your cleave. Gray Civi Blob, that's another problem. The readability of armor types in Dark Tide is a fucking disaster. Like they changed the Ragers to be Carapace, and they didn't change them visually. Carapace is like as its own is just not distinct. Like you look at the Mauler, it doesn't look like the head's different. It just looks like it's all the same like bundle of gray metal. I've always been a big proponent of like visibility in video games, like especially playing BF1 recently. Like there's lots of times where it drives me crazy because I can't see anything, and it strains my eyes, and it's like not fun. Like you play on a dark gray bluish map like Barros, and you're just watching like this big flat blob, and it's completely unreadable, and it turns because you can't read what's in the melee blob, you're forced to treat it as a blob, and then it becomes a blob, and all of the individual enemies and their individual potentially interesting attacks just become a big ball you stay away from and whittle down until you can read it again. It's really bad. Yeah, like hyperdensity is a problem in general. I think the game has an issue right now where it spawns like 20 fucking bulwarks and crushers, and they're not interesting on their own. They're not threatening on their own. And when you blob them up, you just break the game really hard, and you make it much less interesting. The game needs to have like 2 or 3 crushers and bulwarks up at the same time max, and they need to be redesigned for aggressivity and to be like a presence on the battlefield that like charges at you and does things and acts as a mini boss, and you can't just one shot the bulwark or one shot the crusher ever. And they heal each other. Yeah, I think a support unit that plays on enemy health is like super important. We need a banner boy. Banner boy was really cool. I think like having some sort of standard bearer, like a captain unit, could be really interesting. And then what you would do, because of course, even with all the changes I proposed, like assuming the version of Darktide that the Banner Boy is in is what I talked about, like everything I've talked about is implemented. Like all the changes to enemy range units are implemented, and you can't just slide to be immortal. You can't just suppress the gun units. And what I would do with the banner guy is I would always just make him be around range units and give them like a huge fucking buff. Like, he ignores your sliding. He makes all the gun enemies ignore your sliding. So if Banner Boy is up, you're not gonna be able to just rush him down for free. You're gonna eat shit. Like, you're gonna need to like keep a distance, use resources, and whenever you piss him off and he notices you, a wave spawns, and it's like a buffed wave. That's that sort of stuff. Plus, that way you have something that like breaks or plays with the rules of enemy spawning, which are a little too predictable. I don't like that it's pure timers. Assuming they actually fixed the need to have a certain distance. The way wave spawning worked in Darktide was I don't know this as much as like the people who mod the game, but it was effectively two things. You needed like a timer to reach 0, and then you needed a certain amount of distance to be traversed. And I think the high intensity modifier made it so the amount of distance you need to traverse was 0, so you'd have hordes on timers, and then they broke that at some point, so you could spend like 7 minutes without a fucking horde if you didn't move. But I think having some extra thing and like special waves that can come, not waves of specials, I mean unique waves, like you piss off the sergeant and he sends like a wave of like mixed melee and range, like there's some stalkers covering like a blob of mixed horde. And yeah, you just need that. And that banner dude would like force. You could make like a melee variant where he like actually like a drag variant where he leads his troops into the charge, and then a scab variant where he stays in the back and you handle them differently. Vox Gunner used to send specials. Yeah, that's not very interesting. That's just like adding specials you're already getting. Like it's not, doing its special thing. You're not really thinking about him too much. But it is a thing. I hope he didn't disappear after the event he was put in to never be seen again, because that would be bad. Haha. Wait, they made a new enemy type and they didn't make Darktide 2? That's crazy, bro. Holy shit. How'd they do that? That's insane. Special surges and bursts now. What's the difference between the normal special waves and the surges and bursts? How does that work? Because I think the way special spawning works when you have a shock troop gauntlet, which I can't remember, is STG like... Is STG... It's not built into Auric, right? Because you have... What are the modifiers for Monstrous? It's 1, 2. 1 is the monsters. Aurics are just Hyant. Okay, so 1 is STG. Okay. Auric is Hyant, and then they put STG on top in the... By the way, I saw they had a new condition that's like less enemies, but you take corruption damage over time, so it's just like speedrun through an empty map, so fucking awesome. Special waves on timers. So it's nothing special, okay. So it's like effectively the same thing, because... The condition description is broken, of course it is. It's not the first time they do that. Alright, what else do I have to get off my chest? Yeah, having... I don't like boss triggers. I think the trigger system is a good idea if the trigger is completely random, and otherwise it falls apart. And it shouldn't just be for monsters. Here's how I would make the trigger system. Any point in the map, barring stuff like just before an event, because that would let players control the spawns too much, because when you're in an event, pacing stops, although you could just say, okay, well then just stop the pacing from spawning, but I think event areas are like weird, and the way spawning comes from them is weird. And I'm not gonna expound on that. It's just, that might not really work. You just put the trigger randomly, and there's different triggers. There's different potential events that can happen that are randomized. So you could have something like a monster, which should never come alone. You could have something like you've triggered the Vanguard and you have like a super elite horde that's coming out. Or you could have something that silently triggers a Stalker ambush or a Dreg ambush. And these aren't mutually exclusive with one another. And you could have... You could have like two different triggers for two different events be right next to each other. And I think that would make the experience like very dynamic and fun, because that's kind of the big picture. One of the biggest problems Darktide has is run-to-run variation, where it has all the ingredients to make the game very replayable, and it doesn't do anything with them. And you end up, because of boss triggers being what they are, more or less, you're fighting monsters in the same spots, even with... And then even when you have monsters, like the monsters are so weak that they don't really get to have a meaningful presence. And the events are, of course, scripted, and they play out the same anyway. And even if they weren't completely boring and enemies actually came out of them, you would still be doing the exact same thing every single time with no variation, because they send like the same scripted waves instead of just having a budget and letting the game dynamically spawn stuff in the event. Yeah, I know Special and Horde is different. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot that I don't think could be done. There's a lot that needs to be done. And the problem is, again, they don't care about the game. And even when you have a change that is like insanely low investment, like something that you could have like tier right for you, like even Crab offered, like I will write you different horde comps. That's another thing. Like hordes are also all the same. There's no variation between them whatsoever. Not that we have a lot of interesting melee enemies, because the game only has, you know, one melee faction instead of Vermintide that has three. Yeah. Well, yeah, they don't care, so it's unfortunate. And yeah, like they care so little that you bring this all to them, and it's just like, well, yeah, but like even things the players have a problem with, they're not fixing. So if it's something that most people don't complain about, they don't do it. Even when they have seen the like positive reaction to stuff like modifying existing maps, extremely minor tweaks, by the way, like less than half of what I wanted, it still had a positive impact, and people were happy about that. And like, hey, look, the game is still alive. Hey, look, they're tweaking the game. And when you have a live service game like that, you have to consider it in development, because it is, and they aren't. And it's been that case since pre-patch 13, and everybody thought, oh, patch 13 came out, okay, they put out the biggest fucking fires. Now they can start, you know, like making these positive changes. They can start focusing on like stuff that isn't, you know, your netcode being completely broken. And it still is really bad, but it is a lot better than it was. A tester said events are a nice break after the chaos of Havoc. That's like, that is literally backwards. That is completely backwards. That is the opposite of what you would want. Like, the event is there to be like a pressure point. That's so fucking stupid, man. That's so bafflingly dumb. I don't even know how to respond to that. But yeah, like going back to the swing directionality mattering with like dynamic armor on enemies that like eats cleave and like drastically reduces damage, and like, you know, like eats up the power of your swing, I think would be very interesting. I think some stuff like yeah, sometimes you have to swing for their legs, sometimes you have to swing for their arms, sometimes you have to swing left or right. That would be very interesting. That'd be really fucking good. Especially on the bigger enemies. Like, there's all that concept art that, like, Miguel Iglesias did that I'm always fucking looking at because it is so good and is such a... like a great illustration of my point. But, like, if bulwarks sometimes were naked, sometimes had a helmet on, sometimes, you know, the belly is carapace and then the limbs are exposed, but the hands are carapace as well, so you have to, like, hit them in the arm and you need to, like, aim around. Sometimes they have naked legs and you need to hit them there. Like, there is fucking concept art of that already. And if you just did this, change to the bulwarks with, like, the smaller shield, it would already be, like, a massive improvement that, like, things that force you to pay attention are what's missing. Because it's just, everything is background noise, then there's a priority threat, and you point your priority threat deletion tool at the priority threat, and the priority threat is deleted, and you go back to not paying attention. And I want that when I see a bulwark, I need to look at him, and I need to be like, what can I hit? That kind of stuff is super important. Yeah, it's completely asymmetrical. Like, each of these limbs should be like a randomized, like this can have a different armor type deal. And you could get really kooky with it. You could even do stuff like giving them a tentacle, and the tentacle is like infested, because like, why not? We don't have infested damage. And that's another thing. Making these big enemies more than just one big blob of HP would be super interesting. And having a limb damage be a thing you can do that alters their behavior would be super sick. Like, their head is the most solid, beefy part of their body, but you can destroy an arm. You can try breaking a leg. You can try making their shield fall off by, like, destroying, like, the shield itself and then the hand under it. Like, it's a shame that there's no basis for any of that, because it's that's why I'm kind of keen to try Mortal Sin, because I want to know how it answers these questions. But yeah, swing directionality would matter a lot. Having wounded states matter a lot. I think legs being breakable actually might not be good, because you always need enemies to move. And an enemy without legs in the Tide games is effectively dead. You know, they're already slower than you, so breaking their legs is just like, you know, twisting the knife. But I could see something like Ninja Gaiden, or rather Vanquish. Vanquish does this thing where when you remove the legs of a robot, instead of like being baby gimps, they do a suicide charge and they start crawling really fast towards you and they explode. That could be something for some enemies. I think that could be sick. Like you. For instance, here's a thing you could do. If you remove the legs of a Rager, he like comes fucking sprinting at you with his arms and like wildly flaming, and his attacks are actually undodgeable. And he just like propels himself, like he just leapfrogs around on one leg. He's like way faster. Like, because he's like a projectile. He like shoots itself. He shoots himself towards the team, and then he becomes like a hazard you have to stay out, like away from. There's just so much room to, like, so many things to explore when it comes to that. Because right now the game is doing nothing with its melee system, and that's really fucking bad. Helicopter! Helicopter! Exactly. I mean, I love how in-depth Vel6 went with Rapier, compare that to DS4. Yeah, I think Vel6 is both some, like, he understands, like, these games on a very, very deep level. Because Rapier has a very simple moveset, right? It's extremely basic. But the way the simple moveset interacts with Vermintide 2's more nuanced melee system ends up making it more interesting, even if it is on like a micro decision making level, than a lot of the stuff in Darktide. Augment that throws rages at you. I mean, we need more augment enemy types. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Like, a way for enemies to cover great swaths of distance is super interesting. Like, you know how much I love the jetpack boys in fucking Helldivers? Like, having stalkers to be able to do like a jetpack jump at you, they're shooting while they're jumping at you, would be like fucking insane. Like, enemies don't have enough mobility. And yeah, like a dude who picks up and throws enemy. That's a great idea. That is a fantastic idea for like an unorthodox, like special threat that dynamically alters the combat. Like, yeah, you make an Augurin with like a tentacle arm, and he grabs like a big bundle, like 5 melee guys, and he fucking chucks them at you, and he keeps doing it over and over. And he doesn't chuck them at you; he throws them like indirectly closer to you. Like the way the Tox Bomber's bombs kind of act a little wild and ends up making it more threatening in a way, because it's a lot more chaotic than like, oh, in the middle of the group there's this explosion. It's like, well, it bounces around a bit and makes it more unpredictable. Yeah, well, the problem with Dark Tide is that it's so broken that throwing 100, like, this is the issue with AoE being powerful. And why you should never have infinite cleave anything, ever. Even if it is tied to a resource. You should never have it. Ever. It's a big bad thing. Big no-no. Is that something that's good at killing 10 enemies at the same time is also going to be good at killing 100 and 200 and 300 and 400, and it scales indefinitely. And the more you throw at the players, when throwing more enemies at the players, if they can do something like that, you end up, instead of increasing pressure, you just end up making, like, giving more value to those tools. Which is kind of why high difficulty DRG is not interesting. Because it has that problem also of just AoE dumping the entire screen, and enemies can't really do much about it. And so the game ends up playing very similarly once you go above Hazard 5, and it's not very interesting. It's not very cool. Yeah, Dark Tide is fucked, dude. Genuinely. And the biggest problem is that most of the, like, game-destroying bad design decisions could be fixed in, like, that. Just, like, genuinely super quick fix. Like, they wouldn't be particularly complex alterations to code. Like, in some cases, it's literally just deleting a function. I haven't tried GTFO yet, no. Fewer but smarter, beefier enemies. That's what you need for elites. That's what elites need to be, man. The problem with Dark Tide is elites aren't elite. Like, which elite to you feels like it's deserving of that title? They tried to introduce modifiers to tone down ranged without understanding what was breaking the game. It's like Havoc does this terrible thing on purpose that usually games do by accident by being badly designed, which is gutting the viability of shit builds at the highest difficulties by, like, making enemies more resistant to ranged fire and making you have less ammo. It just outright murders some playstyles. Just completely fucking destroying it. And does it fix Psyker? No. He's still purging away for free the entire fucking game without a care in the fucking world. He doesn't care. It's how me make the game fun, but it shouldn't be that way. How do you mean? I think that the problem with their modifiers on making enemies resistant to ranged and giving you less ammo is that instead of balancing the guns and balancing the enemies in regards to guns, they just take the whole category of ranged combat and apply a negative modifier to it. And all that means is that the stuff that wasn't great is now bad and unusable, and the stuff that was dominating is still dominating relative to all the other options. It is so fucking bad. It's, like, incredibly bad. Much more planning and stealth. I think that the problem is, like, Keely kind of explained to me how the game works and how the game, like, has magic tricks. And when you know, like, how enemies spawns and shit, like, you'll always have a horde like 2 rooms away, so you can always predict exactly what the enemy is going to come out of. But I do want to try that game at some point, because I'm sure it does some things that are interesting. Plus, the modded missions are apparently really good, according to Healy, and I value Healy's opinion. I love Healy. Red modifiers, enemy below 50 HP are unstaggerable. I mentioned that earlier. I don't like that. I think you need some ability to stagger to some degree elites, but it needs to be like a meaningful thing that you can't just spam. And just like turning off your ability to stagger them, it's like, well, now I don't have like an interesting way of dealing with these ragers, right? Like, it's removing a bunch of cool stuff I can do with them, and it's just like encouraging like spamming dodges. Exactly, it's something that sounds good on paper, because of course it's a problem that you can like send a bulwark on his ass, but rewarding the player for a skillful action, especially a skillful action that used a resource. Like, for instance, I was talking about this gauge system that I would really like to see first-person melee games do. Oh shit, I was reading a DM and now I don't know where I'm at. Yeah, okay. Like, for instance, I was gonna mention parrying and why, even if it is technically the most interesting special in Dark Tide, it's like very uninteresting. First of all, you kind of use it as a flowchart. Yes, no. It's like, do I have stam? Yes, then I parry. If I don't have stam, I don't parry against a lot of threats, just because it's so, like, it cannibalizes the entire moveset. And it eats stuff like push attack, light, heavy, and then you have options from there, like in how you want to repeat that chain on DC7. And you just spam parry instead, because it's so much more, like, exponentially more powerful than using those other options that are also consuming stamina, and it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer equation. It's not interesting. It's like a very stupid, basic Souls-style push button at the right time, like in a very direct way. Like, I've always found like Sekiro parrying, where you press parry when the attack connects, is super uninteresting. Dark Souls dodge when the attack hits you is like super interesting. And first-person melee lets us do very interesting things that lets us move away from that. So you can do something, for instance, instead of having the parry a state that you hold, and if you press the button within 300 milliseconds of an attack hitting you, you get the parry off. Instead of doing that, what you do is the parry is a swing with a set wind-up. And now you have to time that wind-up so the attack releases at the right time to do the counterattack. Like, you give the attack on specific frames of the attack parry frames, and that like empowers the attack if you use it as a parry. That way you can also use the parry attack as a normal attack and combo starter if there is nothing to parry. And you don't end up in the situation that you have in Dark Tide, where because everything staggers everything so much, you wait a year for an enemy to actually throw a melee attack your way, and you press the parry button, and they're just getting fucking perma-stunned, and you never get the parry off, and it's like infuriating. It's like such an obvious thing to not do. And then what you could do if you want to go really hard at it is that you could make a weapon that has like a focus on this parry heavy playstyle, and you could make the offsets, basically offsets, yes. And you could make different attacks in the moveset have different parry frames and different effects. Like, for instance, let's just say you have your gauge up, you use the like special from neutral, and it's like this diagonal swing that has like a bit of a bigger wind up, and then you go shah, kind of like the Devil Claw parry. And at the start of that attack, you have parry frames, and if you time it properly, you go through the enemy's attack. The enemy's attack is nullified, so it deals no damage to you. Or damages your stamina, whatever. You know what I mean? You parry it. It doesn't interrupt the enemy, and you have your attack go out, and if you successfully time it and you successfully parry an attack, you get like a damage bonus and shit like that. But then you could do something where like your fourth heavy attack, as a heavy, First of all, you make it a 2-stage heavy because that's really cool, and that gives you like 2 potential timings you need to learn. You make that heavy attack have parry frames that come later. So it's not right on release. It's like late in the swing. And that one, because it's first of all really far into the combo, so you either planned ahead and worked really hard to get to that attack to parry a specific enemy, and you timed it right, you should be handsomely rewarded for that. Or either because you're in the middle of your combo and you decide, oh, next attack I have my 4th heavy, and I can parry this overhead that's about to come my way. And you should also be rewarded because you made a split decision to do something cool. And that one, because it's so much harder to pull off, and you can do it from neutral, like the gauge-consuming initial special attack, that one would like stagger the elite. And we need more granular stagger. I really don't like the way Tide games do stagger. It's not smooth at all. It's stagger state like 0, 1, and 2, and the way enemies just jump into a stagger animation is really bad. And I would love something like that would require like a lot of animation work, but it would improve the game like so much. But that's to the point where I don't even think like the Thatcher could pull it off, because they don't like working, first of all. But if you're making a new game and you want that stagger system to matter, I think having like a stumble state that slows down the enemy's chain of actions. Like for instance, some dude is coming at you, he's doing a diagonal overhead. You do the from neutral special attack gauge consuming parry. That doesn't stagger him. So he's just going to continue his attacks, he's going to have a follow-up. But if you do the big fuck you heavy 4 extremely hard to time parry, that gives you like a stumble. And so you're attacking through his attack, and to how do I say this? To actualize the fantasy of deflecting a blow, you have him like stumble forward, like carried by the direction of his attack, like in a movie or something, where you get hit, like the guy gets hit by a sword, and he like deflects the blow to go around him, and the enemy like stumbles forth, and his weapon hits the ground, and he's like has a couple seconds of that stumbling state. I think that's way more interesting than just like an interrupt, a hard stagger, or he's like on his ass, because those 3 stages are not interesting. And first of all, I don't think anything should be able to put like a big elite on its ass ever. They need to stay a threat, and you shouldn't be able to like nullify the threat. But I think delaying it for a bit and create like an opening for follow-up attacks, I think that's interesting. And of course, like these elites need to have movesets, and that's like the problem with all of the melee enemies in Darkness, is they just don't have moves that are interesting. It's like what can the Crusher do to you? Like he does this point blank, like super quick attack that knocks you back, like the punch or the kick or whatever. Or he does the overhead and like nothing else matters. And all of those are avoided in the exact same way. And you go faster than him, he can't catch up to you. But I would like for them to have like combos they can do, and then you give them mix-ups. And so you have to like read their animation to know what attack is going to come out. So like, let's just say you have a big dude with a giant sword in one hand, and his first attack of his combo is like he does a big overhead, and then his weapon is like his sword is like on his side, and then from that point he can either do like a slash, like a horizontal slash in the reverse direction, or he could shoulder bash you and then do a slash. And the shoulder bash is much quicker. And that actually brings me to a point that I didn't address. I think stuns are bad. I think when you take away the option for the player to use their like lifeblood, like their dodge, and you just doom them to like a spiral of death, that's not very interesting. But I like interrupts. And I like it when an enemy can like say, fuck you, you messed up. I'm interrupting your combo now. And you need to move away from me now, because my follow-up attack is coming and your defensive options are down and I've sucked some stamina. Like, that's what like the shoulder bash should do. Something like that. Yeah, shield charge for bulwarks. It's an enemy with a shield, and all he does is like have these pitifully slow animations. Like, do you know that one swipe, like the really long swipe he does where he stands still? Who has ever been hit by that? What's the point? You've made a melee enemy that isn't a threat in melee. What's the point? Just remove him from the game. He serves no purpose. He's just a big blob of shit that creates hyperdensity, blocks line of sights, blocks shots. All he does is frustrate. It's player ability deniability, but like in the worst form possible. It sucks, dude. I don't mind that, but server rollbacks exist. That's another thing too. I think we're due for games that just have like good, like purely client-side based netcodes. Because when you have a co-op game, it's okay to make everybody run the simulation slightly differently. Because, yeah, Bulwark blocks gunfire, and gunfire can interrupt a stagger on Bulwarks. Which, instead of making them immune to stagger from their friends, they just upped the threshold, but it still happens constantly. So it's like horrible. But like Monster Hunter does this. Like I've played Monster Hunter with like an Australian friend, and what we see on our screens is completely desynced, but it looks functional for both of us. And that's what matters, because at the end of the day, if I'm playing with a squad, with anybody, anywhere in the world, it doesn't matter that what we're seeing isn't like perfectly in sync, and it's okay for it to be like desynchronized by like 200 ms or so. And then the game has to do like some rubber band to catch up on some actions. Like, it's okay to trust the client with a lot of stuff, is what I'm trying to say. And if my South African friend on 200 ping on his end shoots the trapper, well, then that trapper is shot. And I'm sure there's ways to like go forward with that. And I think, and it sucks that the netcode is just like so ass in Dark Tide. Like we need to try something like that, where the simulation is like running independently for each ping bracket you see in the server, if that makes sense. Like you're trying to just, I don't know anything about netcode, so I'm like talking purely out of my ass at this point, and maybe there's someone in Comedy Retarded. Like Crab was big into that sort of stuff. But I'm sure you could have a system where it runs like the simulations differently. And then it does like sanity checks, and it's like, oh, we need to like course correct this over like the course of like half a second, because there's now like a pretty big discrepancy between what the South African is seeing and what the European is seeing, and you'd have to like have something that tries to synchronize all the split simulations with like the server simulation. Helldivers 2 is servers plus peer-to-peer. I don't know how that works. But yeah, we need something that just trusts the client with more. Like to remind everybody that Dark Tide used to be a game where the dog was literally uncounterable. Because he would just like ignore what the client did. Like he would have extra lag protection compared to you. Like you would push him, your push would go through. You would get the stamina cost of blocking an attack through your push. He would float in the air, and then he would just pounce you. You could dodge slide away. He would fucking get you, man. If a dog is coming through a door you're looking out of and pounces, and you slide to the left to the point you're not in front of the door anymore, the dog is on you, dude. And that sort of shit just kills a game, man. Like, the deeper the gameplay, and like the more interesting the gameplay of your game is, the more exponentially frustrating it becomes when something doesn't work. And you know that it didn't work because of the game. And how many times have I gone fucking insane on stream because the game rolls back your dodges at like double the delay of your ping? Like I'm at 60 ping and I'm getting like 130 ms delay, like rollback. Like I dodge and 130 ms later I undodge and I eat the overhead actually. It's terrible. It's just terrible. Dogs have different timings on the pounce? No, that's because the dog is badly designed. Okay, so why does the assassin work, sort of, and the dog doesn't? So, quick word on the assassin. The assassin doesn't have a sound cue for the pounce. It's an intentional design decision. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it is what it is. What the assassin does is he spawns. He has a spawn call out, and that's it. If he pounces, he pounces. If he doesn't pounce, he'll move to a place where he can pounce, and he pounces. He's sort of meant to be like this unseen, unheard, gutter runner. The only other sound cue he has is like footsteps, where he goes like. So that's how the assassin is. So basically, you have a global sound cue that tells you, hey, an assassin is at play here. And then you don't really know what's happening, so you have to watch out for instant pounces and stuff. And you could argue that it's stuff you can learn and all that. I don't like it. I think he should have a jumping sound effect. Whatever, that's just me. But his behavior is much more functional than the dog. The assassin has two behaviors. He's either repositioning to pounce, and then pouncing, or he's teleporting away to restart that first behavior. And so he's never like running around like an idiot doing stuff you can't read. Like sometimes he does some weird shit, like you push him off of someone, and then he'll like repounce, and you can't read that because at some point in Vermintide 2's lifespan, they broke the animation speed. Like they sped up his ability to pounce, but they didn't speed up his animation of turning around. So he'll like launch in direction he's not looking into. But behaviorally, he makes a lot more sense than the dog. Why is the dog fucked up? Well, the dog is fucked up because he can do two very different things when he pounces. Whereas the assassin has only one pounce. It's the pounce. That's it. The dog will either stop and leap, or he will leap mid-run. And it's been a while since I listened to a dog, but I think the sounds he makes when running around are like not a good indicator that he's about to pounce. He just like pounces, like he makes the noise and he pounces, which is bad. So you never know when a dog is running around. It's like, is he gonna instantly jump on me? Is he running away? What's going on? And he also doesn't have resting behavior. Or if he does, it's not working. Because if you inspect a dog, what they're doing when they run away, it's like they'll run in one direction and then instantly turn around. And it's like a back to pounce mode. Whereas if you look at them, the Packmaster is a good way of this behavior. When the Packmaster is like running away, actually, did the Packmaster also have this 180 thing? I can't remember that happening. Like you follow a Packmaster that runs away, and then they like 180 like get you. I think Packmasters, when they fully impale someone, they have a pretty readable "I'm running away now to reload my hook" behavior. Insta-pounce bug or intended? I have never had an answer. Yeah, see Agatha, man. Never got word back. But I think I speak for everyone when I say the dog either pounces while running, or he pounces after a stop. He doesn't do both. You don't get to have that level of unreadability on a run ending special. You just do not. It's not fair. It's very bad for the game to have that. Trappers work a lot better. In theory. Trappers have a lot of problems, but in terms of behavior, they go up to you, they shoot. When they're done shooting, they run away, they reload, and then they come back. They even have a sound for reloading now. Loki broke them in co-op? What did they do? They were already kind of broken. Also, the assassin has some interesting behaviors I'm not sure the dog has. I don't remember. I generally don't remember that because dogs are, I didn't pay much attention to them because they seemed very behavioral and interesting. Assassin has something called door camping behavior, where they know when players are watching like a door that he would have to go through to pounce on them, and he purposefully doesn't go in the door. Which is, I think, pretty cool. I kind of like the assassin. They skip animations now. Always did. Yeah, that's not new. That's not co-op that did that. That's been in there for ages, man. I think since Cataclysm, maybe before that. I was just talking about it. That's been in the game for fucking years. When I last played the game before Versus, that was a thing. It's because they midge jumping down roof. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's probably a bug. When they do that, are they where it looks like they are, do they jump down and then from that position in the air leap from that position? And can you shoot them where they are and they will take the bullet? Or is what's happening, they're getting on the ledge, doing a ledge pounce, but the game is playing the wrong animation, is having them jump down when actually they're already in the air? Because that would be like a very Fat Shark thing to do. That's really weird. Can't wait to play the game again and look at that. Because yeah, that's annoying. But if you think about it, that's a nerf for them. Because it means they're not ledge bouncing. I mean, I guess it makes them more unpredictable, but it also makes them slower than the ledge bounce. I don't know. There's no winning. when you break really important run ending specials, bad things happen. Oh man. Yeah, I think I got a lot of like first person melee talk out of my system. I should contact Ace Team. I already contacted Strumon. Should probably like maybe talk to them more. I don't want them to think I'm like too pushy. They told me they'd get back to me, and I don't want to like press things on them. But doing playtesting for like something fresher, where I think you can have more influence than with something like Fat Shark, where everything is just like set in stone, either through like a lack of care, lack of willingness to do anything, or lack of competence, or like an unhealthy mix of all three. It would be like a lot better. And Sloppy Rob, like, do send me like whatever dev build you have, and if you need me to like co-develop your game, like, I'll be there, dude. I don't mind. I'll help you out. I think that sort of stuff we could do it on stream, dude. Like fucking dead deving streams. That'd be so much fun. Yeah. Like, I think I have a good enough grasp at this point of like what makes these games interesting, that my feedback would be like both not stupid and pointed. I don't have many qualities as a human being, but I never ever give loose feedback. It's always pointed at a thing. There's always some kind of like fact, like hard reality that I'm pointing at, and I usually have, if not one, then multiple solutions. They're leaping down but decide not to midair. That's annoying, actually. That's, yeah. I don't know. If I could get into, always nice to listen to, yeah. And I mean, it's kind of sort of hit me how much I can talk about first person melee, even though it's a genre that like barely has any games in it, compared to like other games. Like, I really want this to be a thing that gets games made. And it has such huge potential that people aren't seeing. And it has so many things that make it like something that can be made very approachable. And I don't know, dude. It's just so sad that it's not moving forward. Well, I don't know. I got Mortal Sin of the sale. I'll try this out. Maybe it's pretty good. Maybe the dev had some, unique developments that I didn't think about. Maybe I could get in contact with him if I feel like things are missing. I'm in my contacting random developers arc of my life. Can you even contact the Ace team? They have a website, Ace team. It's pretty good. All right. Oh, dude, they have a general and press inquiries, and also like a business-related inquiry. Should I do business inquiry? I don't know. Like, I think I'm at the point now where when I started the playtester thing, I thought, I'm only really good at like trying to change something that's already there, and I need a base to be already built for me to and I used to think, oh, it's just an easy thing. I don't think that's true anymore. Like, I think I understand the fundamentals so well that I think making something just exist. I mean, I've done it. I've done it already. You know, I'm not gonna say what I did, but I've done it. So yeah, people just not looking for fun games with second jobs instead. I mean, those guys aren't. You do have a contingent of players that do that, but I think you can satisfy that need through progression that doesn't impact gameplay, and they'll be just fine. That's always been like one of my big problems with games that have progression systems is that I really, 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 and I think everybody else at this point is just tired of this shit. I hate like grind used to be a dirty word. It used to be a bad word. Like when you said something is grindy, that would be a bad thing. But sometimes you have people say, "Oh yeah, it's a good game. Like you can grind out." It's like I don't want to grind. I don't want to. I don't want to sit my ass down and grind before I can actually play. You know, I just want to play, dude. And I think if you want to make grinding not a dirty word, it should just be like grinding away at a challenge because you need to be better at the game, or grinding away at like cosmetic shit. But you should never put like a barrier between players and gameplay. Like holy shit, dude. Like Helldivers too. Like I know two friends, two separate friends, who were like, I would play this game with you. I don't want to go hunting for super credits. And there's a I think a really big misconception from very detached executives who come from mobile games and the nasty GDC talks and where they think they need like a treadmill in the most literal sense to keep players playing. And I think the idea of having these extrinsic goals is extremely short-sighted, and you can't win with them. Like, if you think you're gonna keep players playing because they need to grind plasteel to gamble for weapons for thousands of hours, even assuming you had something more deterministic in terms of progression, first of all, you need to find a sweet spot between is this going to keep players grinding long enough without also just wearing them down and making them not want to play? And the reason why you can't win is because progression that affects gameplay has an endpoint. There is a point where I've unlocked your weapons. There is a point where I've bought all the weapons in DRG, and I've got all the overclocks. And if your treadmill to keep players playing was gameplay focused, well, now you better give me more gameplay tools, buddy, and you better make them grindy, because I'm done playing with your game. And that's why I think cosmetic incentives are very good, and why I've always liked like the battle pass system of DRG, and even like the shop where you can just like spend resources on whatever. If you had that without also having the horrible RNG-based grind for overclocks that created like a giant chasm between the player and what they want to play with, it would be a pretty good system. Like I think you need something to keep. You do need some extrinsic reward and aspirational content, but it can't be tools. It can't be something that matters for the gameplay. Both because it's just frustrating not to be able to play with certain things and experiment and have fun. And you always have that. There's no name for that feeling, but the feeling you get when you really, really, really want to play with a thing, and it takes you like 100 hours of grind to get it. And during that 100 hours, the only thing you're thinking about is like, man, I wish I had that thing I want to play with, dude. I really don't want to play with whatever I'm using. I really want to play with the thing I'm trying to get really hard. And it feels like all of that playtime was like wasted. Like you didn't really have fun. And you're frustrated. And then you end up getting the thing you wanted. And it's like taken like a lot of the fun out of it. and you don't really feel satisfaction ever. It's just like kind of like a relief. Like you don't have to do that grind. It's just bad, bro. It's just bad. It's just fucking nasty. It's completely unnecessary too. And if I was head of a studio, I could prove it. All you need to keep players engaged is a game they can keep replaying because it's fun. And I think I've actually already been proven right because people play roguelites. People will play the most mind-numbing, stupid, shallow shit because the moment-to-moment dopamine injection is good enough without like some kind of horrible long-term goal to keep them going. They'll just do it because it's fun. That proves the point. You don't need to have something to grind towards. If the game is fun, people will play it. And it feels like, hey, Captain Shambles, you're a bit of a celebrity, a bit of a minor celebrity. Oh, buddy, what you doing in my chat? Hi. Hello. And I think that's a terrifying statement to make about the current games industry, where it seems like devs and publishers will try to do anything to keep players engaged, except make a good game. Except making a game that makes players want to play it a lot. And I'll never forget listening to JSAT years and years and years ago, like talk about Vermintide 2 when it was still like coming out, and he said a thing that I think is like extremely important. Even if people would like knee-jerk not react positively to it, but I can like diffuse that pretty quickly. Which is he said something like, okay, how do you keep players playing for 100 hours? And then how do you keep them playing for 100 more and 200 more and 300 more? And you hear a lot like this statement being parroted that like, oh, games are too big, oh, games are too time consuming. And the problem with that is because it's always in relation to like either horrible grind or bloating the fuck out of like single player experiences with something like an Assassin's Creed game that should last 20 hours tops and ends up lasting 100, and there's not like variation or anything interesting going on in those 100 hours. It's just like pure bloat. But when you're making a game that's designed to be replayable or has the potential to be replayable, you abso-fucking-lutely should make sure that stuff is as varied as possible. Which is like part of why I'm just not touching Dark Tide anymore, dude. I can only take so much of doing the exact same fucking thing over and over and over again. And you're gonna play the same fucking maps, and you're gonna do the same fucking events, and the exact same fucking nothing is going to happen every single fucking time. And eventually, it just wears you down, like morally. Like, it's just demoralizing to wake up in the morning and be like, I have to play this fucking dog shit game, and it's like, just give me a modded realm. I'll pay money, I'll host it myself, I'll make the mods myself, just give me a modded realm. And I think anything short of that, it's just the game is over. Thoughts on RoboQuest? I played that like years ago and I refunded it. It was like, oh, this is just unfinished. Okay. I don't know. I just really don't like roguelites. I need to play Angerfoot actually. But I don't think we'll get Mother Realm though, unless like some absolute wizardry happens. We won't. Because of the way the game relies on server infrastructure to run, in a way that's much more direct than like the back end of Vermintide 2. You know, discounting the fact that Vermintide 2 had like a modded realm like officially supported. And I genuinely don't know why they don't want to do that. I think it's another misconception of like, oh, if people can like cheat the paid cosmetics through the mods, like they won't pay money for it. But I think all the people I know who played Modded Realm were like the biggest pay pigs because they're the players who stuck around and had a reason to keep playing through modded. Besides, if you have like an officially controlled modded realm, you could just simply say, don't make mods that fucks with premium currency and like the premium shop. And that's it. And the problem would go away. So at this point, I'm thinking it's either two things. One, they don't think it's important. Like, they don't think most things about the game are important. And two, there might be some ego, maybe. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like the developers that are pretty close to the modding community actually brought that up to other developers and they say, no, we don't want that. The same hub area. I mean, the hub area doesn't fucking matter, dude. Like, no one fucking cares about the hub area. I think even the investors don't care about the hub area anymore. I mean, with how little money Darktide made, yeah, I don't think they give a shit. But it would be a godsend. Like, I would never shit on anything Fetrick does ever again if we get modded realm. Because I could simply just shut up and fix the problems. And I'd play the game, dude. Like, in 2 days, the events would be fixed. Like, modders have already pretty much, like, kind of isolated what's wrong with them. Like, we know it has to do with specific terror spawns not spawning. I think Fat Shark may be in development when they were getting like their new horribly Semitic monetization system in place. Maybe had a thought of like, oh, we need a space where players can look at each other's cosmetics. But then the game bombed extremely hard, and they ended up not making as much money as they thought from those cosmetics, which is why they're now selling you paid fucking classes. And it's kind of like a just trust me, bro. But I can fucking tell you that Darktide did not make money, and it was a fucking disaster financially for the company. And might explain the pacing of updates that the game is getting. You know, maybe they're not treating it like a live service game, despite it being a live service game, because actually, haha, twist, it's not a live service game, it's dead. For all intents and purposes. Okay, someone asked me about roguelites. Yeah, okay, roguelites. Okay, so the thing, why I shit on roguelites all the time is, probably the main thing I really do not like with a roguelite is the per run progression. Like the idea of the player like growing and getting new tools and getting more power per run. I am of the opinion that you should give the player a static amount of power, with the exception of shit like I think medkits, bombs, resources that you have to use mid run in like a tied game. I think is like my limit for that sort of stuff. You should give the players all his tools, and you should make him as powerful as he's gonna get at the start, and then you just give him like a big challenge from the get-go. And roguelites, because they have this stupid progression system, they always end up having a super fucking boring early game that adds like a horrible repetitiveness where you go through the boring parts to get to the maybe fun parts, and a well-designed game doesn't have the boring part, let alone one you have to go through. I hate Risk of Rain 2. I think Risk of Rain 2 is genuinely one of the worst designed pieces of shit I've ever played in my life. It's dreadful. And I played it enough to like be able to have a good opinion on it, because I had a friend who really, really wanted to play it, and even the co-op doesn't fucking work in that game. It's like a terrible system, and whenever someone makes a mistake, then the other player just like snowballs so hard that it's impossible for the other guy to catch up. But anyway, I hated Risk of Rain 2. The early rounds are always fucking boring. And then once you get enough upgrades to get like your gameplay feeling good, and you have a little bit of mobility, and you kind of have this like Goldilocks zone where it feels like this is the game as it was designed, and you're still using your cooldowns in a way that feels meaningful, and you're like having fun, you know, running around shooting people, and you've got like pretty snappy combat and movement. but then it like always just slides into a degenerate direction where you just start like getting, correct RNG, you got the good items, and now your movement becomes retarded, and you just go mega fast, and you jump really high, and whenever you shoot, the screen is like covered in shit, and it's super fucking uninteresting. And the stuff that worked about your game is undone by the roguelite progression. It sucks. It's not interesting. The progression in roguelite games has always seemed to me like it's boring at the start, always. Then there's like a brief moment where it looks like the game is working and you're actually playing the game the way, like in a way that looks like it's been designed. And then you keep going up and it's like you either lose the run because you didn't get the correct items, or you like become retardedly powerful in a way that makes the game not fun to play. Um, and I think one of the best examples of like a bad roguelite mode was fucking Chaos Waste. Just like everything about that was terrible. Like you can't throw away boons. Some boons rape your gameplay, and you can't get rid of them, so you're just stuck with them. Like dash on push ruins your game. Uh, Getting like famished flames when you're playing fucking bolt staff or something, it's terrible. The lightning bolt on creature is like, okay, GD, you've won the game now. There's just like no gameplay to be played. Like all the stuff you get from the roguelite progression is stuff that makes the gameplay work less. Like it makes it less interesting. I don't like roguelites. I have never liked them. And I think the only aspect that sounds appealing is the idea of, and that's not even like a roguelite specific thing, but it's kind of like their big selling point, which is like, oh, but it's replayable. You can replay, you can play Risk of Rain 2 like 100 times, and none of the runs are going to be the same. And, well, first of all, that's technically true. None of them are exactly the same. All of them are pretty fucking similar. No, I haven't tried Mycopunk. Is that supposed to be a roguelite? That sucks, dude. I was actually looking forward to that kind of. I haven't played the demo now. But yeah, it does look awful, but it looks interesting. Like I like the movement options per class. Reminds me of Deep Rock Galactic. I like team-oriented like team play through mobility given to you by a teammate. I think that's pretty interesting. Kind of. It's cool concept if they can pull it off. It worked in DRG. What was I fucking saying? Yeah, so you get 100 runs. They're technically not the same, but they're really fucking similar. But you don't have to have like roguelite, permadeath, like per run progression to have replayable elements. Like you take Vermintide 2, slap Twitch mode on it. There you go. No two runs are the same. Change up triggers for bosses, add different types of triggers. Had mini events that can randomly happen mid-mission. There you go, dude. Not a roguelite. Plenty of replayability. Right there. Keep you playing for thousands of hours. And no, I'm not done with Feed. I'm actually going back to it because I just had like a huge like autism attack about first-person melee in Dark after like genuinely 3 hours, I think. But yeah, I don't like roguelites. I don't like roguelites, and I generally really don't like procedural generation. Procedural generation is always like leading to level design that is much less interesting than something that is like purpose built. And even though technically you end up with something different every time, you end up with an experience that's overall worse than a game that's been like purpose built. And yeah, Angerfoot is really good. I need to go take a piss and get some water after I finish this point. I'm sorry, I'm just today I just fucking talked a lot. Sometimes you just need to have the autistic rant that you have in your head 24/7 as you're pacing around your house because you're a crazy person. It just needs to come out, or you're gonna go crazy. Well, crazier. And it's like jerking off. You just gotta, release some pressure, like open the valve. I think generally the only game I've ever played, the only game I have ever played that did proc gen well was Deep Rock Galactic. More on that after I'm pissed. Okay. Yeah, the only game that ever did proc-gen right was DRG. And by doing proc-gen right, I mean did it in a way where it didn't lessen the game and actually allowed it to work. And all they had to do for that is design the entire game around it. The way the enemies move, the way players move, the way the objectives are done, everything is contingent upon that procedural cave generation working. So, you know, that's all you had to do. But most proc-gen games don't do that. They just have, like, standard gameplay. But they have, like, shitty procedurally generated levels. I feel like they're all the same. Like, there's a really dog shit fucking, like, low poly, low, like, pixelated textures, roguelite game that I think super recommended, that I played the demo of. And it's like the classic, every room is a square, and there's like these shitty corridors where nothing happens between the rooms, and there's just like zero fucking design, and it's the worst fucking dog shit imaginable, bro. Like, people are mad about AI now, they should have been mad about proc-gen fucking 10 years ago. This shit is fucking terrible. No, I haven't played Abysses. I like launched the demo to see if it worked, and it looked pretty bad, and I just didn't play it. Alright. Yeah, proc-gen sucks. 15 goon with a charged kick? Oh yeah, it's time. Okay, I swear I'm done like yapping for 5 hours about first-person melee, but a lot of shit I talked about was of course in the context of like having a horde-based format for them, because I generally think it's like the best way to implement first-person melee in a meaningful way is the horde-based format of the Tide games. But I think if your game is going to have a focus on like less enemies and like sort of more meaningful granular interactions with them, Actually, even for a horde game, I'd like to see stuff like high and low attacks, and you can do stuff like duck certain swings or jump over certain sweeps, that kind of stuff. And it creates interesting gameplay in the sense that, of course, you can't jump and dodge, so you have to watch out for potential threats while you're doing that. That could get you while you're jumping because you are dodging. But I think that could be like something neat that game should let you do. Something like Dark Tide letting you jump the sweep of the Chaos Spawn when he tries to grab you, or you know, jumping the ground pounds of some enemies. I think in general having more interesting defensive options would be like fantastic. You know, like I mentioned, like push attacking through attacks earlier, rather than just always dodging all the time. That sort of stuff. Nobody knows decadence like Pizza Pig. Ain't that the truth, you dumb whore? I don't even care about the pizza. I just love the sauce. Holy shit, it squirts. Here, have some sauce, dickhead. 2 pepperonis and 1 mushrooms. That'll be, carry the 4. Cancel out the numerators. -7. Therefore, x equals, yeah, whatever. That's fucking math, dude. Yeah, no, don't do math in my presence. Can't abide that. Holy shit, can you dance on the stripper pole? It's over. Being in a sin-based gang has a lot of perks. I like discount pizzas. It's too bad I'm lactose intolerant, though. I had a similar problem with my previous gang. I couldn't handle the lack of toes. Oh, dude. Here you go. Enjoy your toes. That should give you an achievement. The deeper you go into the debauchery gang, the more sinful and indulgent it gets. These trainees are still learning, though. We're holding hands. Add an extra slice of pizza. Gonna stay up really late. True lactose intolerant person would suffer from pizza. That is true. You can't eat the cake. These balloons are taunting me. What do I have to do? Oh, 15 goons, alright. Fuck your balloons. Jesus Christ! Hello, Hell Baron. Oh, I guess I don't win that. I'm too gay, baby. Give me pistol. Thank you. Fuck you. That's to see another new enemy that isn't just, like, dude with a different gun, but actually does something completely different. Yeah, I keep saying this. I'm kind of shocked at how much the game manages to stay fresh. Hey, dude. Oh, what? I generally don't get why the charge kick sometimes doesn't charge. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. I think I mentioned earlier, but like, going back to Procgen, I think when you have a game like this, which is like fairly like simple in terms of like the systems at play, you could actually probably get away with like a mode that does do some Procgen stuff, because it does kind of naturally lend itself to the, you know, like having rooms and hallways that are pretty easy to make function with Proggen stuff. Like, it wouldn't feel like you're taking a... Oh, fuck me. Like a game that would normally be designed for bespoke levels and just having shitty random levels instead. I think it worked pretty well. Give me the gun. Okay, whatever. Don't give me the gun. Hi. Your name. That tattoo is at least gonna age better than fucking retards who tattoo the name of their fucking girlfriend or wives on their chest. Stephanie. Yeah, that's gonna look real good. 6 years after the divorce. Am I being shot? Ah! Worse! Fuck off, ankle biter. Yeah, I think I can speedrun this. I think I'm godly enough. I think I got the correct shoes on. Never mind. Oh, fuck. Wait! I have a genius idea. It better work, I'm gonna be really sad. Oh! It does work. Ah, shit. Holy! Oh, I thought he was dead. I'm kinda stupid. I need the game to be easier. I'm too retarded. Okay, you can't just go around them and kick them. Yeah, just for now, notice the door is open. Okay. Is that gonna be another new enemy? Okay, the debauchery gang are kinda getting me feeling some kind of way. Getting a little hot and heavy in here. I'm not gonna take the knot. $115, no survivors. I'm not doing this on my first try. Oh, a pizza cutter. Fuck off. Oh my god. The games are crawling on the walls, man. Dude, I don't even want to know what the slave master does. Oh, what the fuck? No survivors. Oh shit. Remember, no gimps. Yeah, they got feet. Toes out. Holy shit, dude. Okay, what am I missing? Six dudes. There's gotta be some kind of gimp closet somewhere where they store all the disgusting freaks. Yeah, thanks. No shit, Sherlock. Oh, dude, I want this. I want revolver max. If they're gonna gimp max, I'm revolver maxing. Fuck you. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ah! Insane prank. Thank you. Brain Expanders is big head mode. Everyone has a big head. That's it. That's all it does. Ow! I think I wouldn't see you. Oh my god. He's getting a little freaky. You freak! Get out of here! Ignite 40 goons. Oh yeah. Give me your flamer. Ah! You know, I keep being surprised by the diversity of toilets in this game. I don't think you can put on Yeezys anymore. I think that's a hate crime now. Did the Hungry Hippos debacle? Not happening. Fuck! I didn't think the door was open. Whoop! God damn. I love how their I'm on fire animation is the same as I'm afraid of flies. Pretty comparable experiences, speaking of. Is this liminal? Is this death or? Awesome. I need one more goon. Oh, come on. One more goon and I will feel much better. Please. This is fucked up. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I'm going down the hole. The goon. I'm goonless, man. Can you burn down doors, actually? Because that would have solved it. Instead of kicking these down, you set them on fire, and the dude behind, instead of getting kicked to death, he gets burned to death. Oh yeah, this is a funny trap. What? Ah! Oh, sometimes you get molested. I'm wondering if maybe the game wants me to grab a normal gun and shoot these guys in the tank, and maybe that makes them catch on fire? Never mind. Oh, dude. Oh, and the debauchery gang, they're actual gooners. In every sense of the term. Okay. Can I peacefully break down this door? Like a smooth, clever boy. I guess not. Yay! Oh, dude, the pacifist run is gonna be a pain in my ass. That's why there's a secret passage. Oh, whoops. I hope that doesn't count. Oh, dude. I can't. I've gone pacifist while blasting dude with doors before, but for some reason I just don't trust it. Okay, okay, grayed out. Never mind. I'm raped. It's over. Hi. Moving through. Okay, but this... I don't know why some door kills work and some don't. Guess sometimes there's just not enough plausible deniability. Well, you can't prove that my kick caused this door to fly open and kill this man. Dude. Okay, I'm just gonna have to memorize this, I guess. Okay, it's right. Right. What? Technically a pacifist run. If you kill everybody, they can't report. It was a genocide run, but if you can't prove that I did genocide, then really it's a pacifist run, right? So that works. Okay, so... is there a path you can take here without killing someone? No. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, you break this, there's a guy here, so you go here, and then there's a guy... well, there was a guy. Oh yeah, right here. Hold on. Oh, this is gonna be such a pain in the ass, dude. I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna be a filthy cheater. Epic multimedia gaming. Okay. Alright. So it's... right. Then... straight. Then... left. Then... right. Wait, never mind, there's a guy here. What the fuck? Huh. I don't think you can do this. Yeah. There's only one way to the final door, and it goes through it, dude. What the fuck, dude? What are you supposed to do? Can I have enemies open the door for me? I don't think so. I really don't get it. Because my gamer brain is telling me clearly they put that side path for you to use. But then logically there'd be a way to cross without blasting a dude through a door. Which, yeah, I'm not sure you can do. Wait. Ah, hold on. I got it. Okay. Alright, gamers. You go right. Then straight. And left. Then right. Then straight. Then straight again. Then right. And there you go, you got it. Watch me be completely unable to reread my instructions. Oh, let me live. Oh no! Okay, so right, left, fuck! No, you can't shoot doors open. You can explode them open. Well, actually, you... If you have a specific shoe, you can open the door by throwing your gun at it. If you're wearing stilettos. But otherwise, no, you need an explosion or a kick to open a door. Okay, dude. No, I fucking hit the wrong door. My foot is too fat. You know, could be seen as an upside. You know, some people like big feet. Bye. Just gaming a little bit. What the fuck is this? No shoes, alright. Gonna hair out the stompers. Let them know my stank. Some door kills don't count, and some do. Like, the door kills I got in the maze always counted, and the door kill you get if you go the normal path counts. So I don't understand. You think I'm gonna let you in wearing that? On a Tuesday? You're not wearing anything, dickhead. What is Wednesday? There another day for not wearing shoes? Shoeless Sunday? God, it's another don't take damage level. That's not good. That's gonna drive me crazy. Snag Zone Sensory Feast. I'm taking Pepper there. It needs to become a little bit wider. Just have a little girth. Front row seats. No exit. Go away. Looks like a hot dog. I think the debauchery gang would find that hot dog even more finger-licking good after Angerfoot stomps on it a bit. He gets it between the toes. Oh, what the fuck, dude? That's just freaky as hell. I don't want that. This is death, isn't it? Never mind, I'm good. Don't do it. Oh, this room is fucked up for no damage, man. So is this one. Yeah, I'm kind of stupid. Object permanence. Hoping to acquire that pretty soon. Don't have enough stat points. If you walk up to me and hide your face behind your hands, dude, I think you're gone. Actually, very scary for me. No! Oh! I see potential. Little freak. No! Okay, dude, hold on. Watch this. Got my primos on for this one. God damn it. What the fuck is the dog doing, man? Oh. Okay, I got it. Easy, flawless. Easy first try. Oh, fuck right off, man. Get away from me, you disgusting creature. Let's try the flying kick straight through that door. Bound to work. It's gonna work.
Hi. Hello, Rostrato. Hi.
You know, this game is making me so depressed. I'm just gonna start comfort eating, man. Just suck down an entire tub of Ben & Jerry's and cookie dough. It's pretty good, dude. It's an easy recommend if you're into the kind of autism-oriented, like challenge speedrun based, like short levels. You replay a lot to get the challenges done on. It's a easy recommend. I'd recommend it at full price, but it's on sale right now. It's easiest pull the trigger of my life. Oh my fucking god, dude. Spawning the little babies on the side so you can't just camp and snipe heads. You know, it's clever, but it's also really evil. Oh yeah, dude, they got all sorts of kicks. Got your sliding kicks, your uppercut kicks. Your roundhouse kicks. Oh, fuck my asshole. They got bear toes. They got everything. Oh, Grawl, hello. An animal. Oh, it's a follow. Without even seeing Galb. Oh my god, I thought I got hit, but I didn't. And I panicked. Oh my god. What if I just did the retard strat again? Just flying king the idiots on the bridge, that'll work. I mean, it worked for this. Holy shit! Pumped kicks? Oh hell yeah. Dude, this game's got it all, man. It's got toes. Got the whole foot. Shotguns, crossbows. Okay, it turns every weapon into a shotgun except the one they start you with, alright.
Die.
Wait. The shotgun upgrades just actually transforms the gun? It's not like you just have a shotgun now? You just get like scatter shot grenades and scatter shot everything. Oh dude, this is so sick. I thought it just was a lot more boring and it just made it into the pump shotgun. Wow, that's awesome. Don't do it. Yeah, I'm kind of an idiot. Hey, you want to see Grob? Watch this. He's grubbing out. Oh, that's gotta be depressing. Yes! There you go. Kinda grub maxed. In my runting arc. do you want? Putting lasers in my eyes? That's kind of rude. Ow. Oh shit. Oh! I love the magical pumping noise. Me when I shoot a double barrel on television. Whoa. Hey, that was easy. $10? What the fuck? Say no more. Hold on. Yes. Oh. Wrong door. Oof. That's simple. Drown 15 goons in cheese. Oh, I think we're gonna get the plunger again. Ah! Well, that's just not very nice. Wait. What? Aww. Ruined. Actually ruined, man. Okay, where's the cheese I'm supposed to drown these fellers into? Motherfucker. Give me your AK. Please. Or don't. Oh, there you go. New stuff coming, and they've also gotten used to the pace of Hanori, so that's crazy. I love how it's like, the players have understood our game has like a glacial pace of releasing new content. And it's like, well, we're just gonna keep doing that. There's not gonna be like a deeper commitment. It's just, yep, that's it. We just don't release shit. That's how it is, man. Can't be helped. Cannot be helped. Okay, you can't drown him here. Oh, there you go. Oh no! It's harder than I thought. This is weirdly erotic. White Boy Tuesday, fuck that. It's Nubian Queen Wednesday. Live. Hi. Holy shit, you can plunger the grenade! No! That's not gonna count. Okay. You go here. And then you go here. And you drown. Thank you. Hi. Okay. Sorry. Excuse me. Dude, I have the best strat. Oh. Whoa! Settle down, bitch! Oh, sorry about that. Well, I get dying is one way to settle down. You bitch. Okay, I'm really not a fan of the chandelier one-shotting me and doing nothing to the enemies. I feel kind of robbed, actually. As long as our players who in the studio is constantly evaluating whether it still makes sense to support the game, that's crazy. Like, did something go very, very wrong with the game they've been making for them to just try to have this commitment to Darktide? That just doesn't make sense. You're gonna be supporting 3 games at once? Okay, dude. Where the Crocs at? Here they are. Here, pal. Oh shit. Wrong button. Plungers you cutely. Our goal is to make you not uninstall the game, dude. That is like a crazy bad thing to say. Like, his goal isn't to like keep you playing or make the game fun. It's like, please don't uninstall. That's our standard, dude. Oh, that's really bad. Yeah, we're just gonna do the bare minimum so you don't uninstall the game. We don't want you to like be excited or you know, keep playing. We just don't uninstall, please. It would like really hurt us emotionally if you stop playing. Please don't uninstall. Please don't leave. It's like the fucking pathetic beta who gets his first girlfriend. He's like, please don't leave me. Please, I'll do anything, please. Jesus Christ, man. I don't think I've ever seen a developer say something as pathetic as that. Like, the only thing I can think of that comes close is Phil Spencer's, like, live suicide. When he said that it didn't matter, they just lost the console war, and even making games wouldn't solve it. I fucked up. I fucked up really bad. What a low bar, man. Holy shit, just take some pride in what you do, please. Put some effort into things, man. No! As arrogant, Twenty Pitchford or Dice. Yeah, I've seen the pictures of like Dice's celebration party after BF5 came out, and it was like really poorly received and it sold really badly, and like EA stock fucking tanked after that game came out and turned out to be a piece of shit. But I really don't think that's like arrogance. I think that's just defeated. Like, you've just given up. Like, it just shows you really don't give a shit. But not really in a, we can do anything you want, you little cocksuckers will keep playing. It's more like, I am begging you not to uninstall. It's a completely different vibe. Oh, nope, wrong weapon. I hate these little rights. Yeah, they're these little rats. Yeah, there's something wrong with Sweden, man. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Something in the water. But yeah, that is not a good way to talk about your live service game or your company, man. As long as you're not uninstalling, we're happy. Holy shit. Can you imagine saying that, like, in public? Maybe they're like Turtle Rock Studios and they just have a, like, really nasty humiliation fetish. I don't know. Phil Spencer vibes. Wait, how did I only get 3 dudes drowned? Through all this, what the fuck? Did I accidentally kick them when I was jumping back up? Maybe the guy needs a hug, man. I don't know. Maybe we were too hard on them. Maybe it got to them, dude. Okay. No more dicking around now. We can start fucking. Better than drying a cheese? Sinking and cum. Can I do it in 1 minute with these shoes? The golden rod is a lamp, you little freak. Little creep. Oh, fuck me, that was fast. Hi. Bye. Turn this bit. There you go. Bit precarious, but centered Golb is worth it. And now he moves. I'm going to crush Golb. Only my feet, but also 25 headshots? Alright.
I'm gonna have to play this more than once. This is artificial.
You shit your pants? Amen. The pig church. This game was made for me. Ah! What the fuck is going on? My brother and cheese, together we will be born again! Stop humping his head! He can't breathe! Praise be unto Pizza Pig, for he has shown us the way, that sin is the original and truest form of crime. Hallelujah! Carol and Mike will now lead us in hymn. Please turn to page 7 of your Pizza Pig pizzeria menu. I love the cult of decadence led by Pizza Pig, dude. This game is awesome. Forgive me, Daddy, for I have not sinned. Abracadabra, all is forgiven, my son, after you pay the forgiveness fee and forgiveness tax. If you pay by card, you can get 10% off your next forgiveness purchase. Terms and conditions apply. Holy shit, Catholicism reference? This guy's tweaking. This man's possessed. The exorcism will begin shortly. May Pizza Pig rest his soul. Exorcism? I thought the sign said sexorcism. I'm releasing my demons. What do I gotta do? Okay, only feet. Wow. That's gotta be one of the circles of hell. Okay, where does the game want you to go? Didn't think it was possible to get lost in this game. I found a way. I'm kicking the casket, dude, that's rude. That's someone's resting place. You're fucked up for thinking that. That's messed up. They're shooting at me with their guns. I'm being shot. Holy shit, I heard the elevator sound and my first thought was they're coming out of a shitter. Ack! Where did they come out from first? Payday 2 gameplay. But awesome. Oh goddamn! It's the best game ever made, dude. It's Angerfoot. Your name's Angerfoot? You have feet and they're angry. Someone took your shoes and you gotta get them back. By taking on the gang leaders of Shit City. It's like Hotline Miami, but better. Okay, these cunts, I think the counter is just... Oh my god! Just run at them and flying kick. There's nothing Max Payne can do if you just do this. Oh, you've never done a double drop kick like that, dude? What are you, some kind of baby? First thing they teach you in Taekwondo. Oh, he's not actually kicking after dying, it's just the, it's like, it's reflexes, it's just the nerves, man. Oh. Okay, this dude is messed up. Trying to think of a way not to explode myself. If you do that, he doesn't explode. Peacefully you fuse the situation by kicking him in the fucking head. Well, it's just because they don't design things, that's why. They don't playtest or design anything. Which is why if you go to Cooley's Guide on Steam and you control F-Bug, you'll have some funny things happening. Okay, we good? Hell yeah, this game is fucking peak, dude. Ah! Fuck off! Mousy bastard. Eat toe fungus. Dance in your filth, piglets. Well then. These shoes are Kino, man. Okay, and I'm thinking 25 headshots? Kinda retarded. Can probably do that. If I play around with friends, I'll be like, the game is so fucking trivial, man. I'll just fall asleep. Fuck. You can have a little bleach with friends, just as a treat. Hunter Left 4 Dead 2, but cooler. You're full gun in here. Yes. Oh yeah, we're big in Slaneshi land. There you go, eat a dick. Whew. Die! Die! You didn't think of that, huh? Idiots. You know, shitters are... Holy shit, the pistol whip it. Whip it real good. I'd watch that. I'd buy that for $1.
Yummers.
I think this shoe's my favorite one. Worthy of being a primo. This mocks the fuck out of the slide kick. Impale Furgoons with 1 bolt. I can do that. I can do a little impalement. How you doing, Avery? You got no crossbows? Excuse me, I need bolts. Oh. Where crossbow? There you go. Loud ass Netflix shows. I mean, you know, the upside is that you don't have to go through the trouble of pirating or getting the Netflix subscription. You can just, you know, listen to the show with your neighbors. Shit, there's only 3 dudes here. Anyone here want to follow me? Ooh, I'm looking mighty rapeable. No one? Oh man. This is like a puzzle a little bit too advanced for me, man. Maybe I can do something. Hey, you. You don't want to follow me? Oh, wow, dude. They don't miss. Okay, got this. 1 croc will live. Multiple crocs have lived! Oh, no, fuck you. I missed the chuck! Oh fuck. Okay, all you have to do is survive, little croc. Oh no! Motherfucker. Oh, there you go. Kind of a gamer. Also, have you ever considered killing your neighbors? Never advise you do something illegal, but maybe you can, you know, do a little self-defense. Came right at me, there was nothing else I could do. I gunned him down in his prime. That's a fucking one-shot? I'm raped, dude. Oh god, did no croc survive? I did not want total croc death. I need a croc. I know what to do actually. Come here. Come here. Away from the mean grenade man. Oh, there's a secret crossbow here. Never mind. Total croc death back on the menu. Hey fellers. Thanks for showing up. Holy shit, dude, I lucked out with my neighbors. Honestly, been pretty nice people. No, you motherfucker! Take a shit on your neighbors? Godspeed. Excuse me. I need more crocs. Cars are jamming. Oh my god. 45 seconds, that's baby shit. Watch this. Maybe these aren't the right shoes, but you know what? I don't even care. I'm fucking insane, dude. I'm fine. Oh my god. Oh, I found the garbage room. Ooh. Bit of a gamer. Bit of a flying cake enjoyer. Dude, I yapped for so long, I might actually not have time to finish the fucking game today. I'm retarded. Yeah, I got the friendly flashes. Barefoot, crushed and... Wait, I tried crushing goons with a chandelier like 2 levels ago and it didn't do anything. What the fuck are you talking about, game? Oh my god, Grob is looking mighty peaceful. Oh shit, I don't have the flying shoes anymore. My muscle memory. My wings are clipped. This little pigeon flies no more. Hey, you, come here. Got a thing for you. Dickhead. Ow. No! Yeah, he died of physics. That's very unfortunate. There'll be more chandeliers, I believe. I affirm. Go away, you stinky little rat. Oh shit. You tricked me, man. I need men. I need men here right now. Come here. Okay, wrong sex, but you'll do. Okay, I think the fat retard is stuck in the fat retard zone. Come get me. Aw. I think I fucked it. Disgusting freak. Fly King or Fly Knight? Dude, have you seen the doll? Look, Fly Knight. You can get him. He exists, he's real. And Grob liked him too. He kind of slobbered on him. Slobber Gulbert. Okay, motherfucker. No! This is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, man. Oh! I forgot to equip the magic flying shoes. Their head in the air? I don't know, dude. I don't know how they do it. The ease with which cats can fall asleep. I am so jealous. There's not a moment that goes by where I don't look at Grob and also think, damn, dude, I wish that was me. I think they can sleep with their head in the air, maybe because they have air in their head. No, dude! Cat is drooling, you can relate. I mean, you can drool. That's not out of the limits of what you can achieve, man. One day, you'll drool just like a cat. You just gotta put your heart to it. Oh, you motherfucker, no way. Ow? Rape. Fuck my ass into 1,000 pieces, man. No, when we got Golb and his brother, we figured it might be fun to do, like the guy we know who sort of put us up to getting Norwegian forest cats, he would just like walk like around town with his fucking cats with him, just like on his shoulder type deal. And we thought, okay, we just need to like train them young, and like make them, you know, just get them to wear the leash young, and they'll be fine with a harness. And man, they hated that shit. They didn't like. They really hated having the harness on them. They really didn't like going out to the park. It like stressed them out a bunch. So we just kind of stopped doing it. We tried, man, but no dice. They didn't like it. Okay, is there a chandelier nearby? Oh, there's that. I do have some pictures of Galbert wearing his little harness with his brother, looking like an absolute goober. Okay, I believe, dude. If the physics wasn't so fucked and they didn't just randomly die to the chandelier after it fell and that doesn't give you the thing, this would be a lot easier. Come here. Good boy. think the headshots could be a little meatier. Their head exploded would be epic. Alright. Holy shit. Pizza Pig is incredibly powerful. Deus est puzza. Welcome to my pit of pizza pleasure, Angerfoot. You're quite a snack, but take a dip in the pool. Everything is better with cheese. Holy shit, dude. Wait, would he be hurt by taking a dip in the cheese pool, man? Ah! Come on, you fat fuck. Oh! He's not fitting a single Ozempic in him, dude. Come on, pig! This is me when I'm impatient. Ow. Okay, I think this is the most boring boss so far. Hopefully the next phases are Kino. Ask and you shall receive. Holy shit, he Batman's chugged the entire thing! Oh, wow! Look at the teats on that man! Oh, I get it. Oh, never mind. Thought I have to impale the pig bombs on him. I don't think the boat goes backwards. This goes kind of hard. The fucking kamikaze pigs are swimming! This is a tragedy, dude. I gotta stop the pig-on-pig violence. This is terrible. The hogicide has to stop. Wow, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I think this is the most boring boss in the game. Boat phase is kind of awesome thematically, but he kind of sucks. Supra could only ever dream of reaching such girth. Oh, speaking of girth. The gang leaders are no more. We've got all 4 Primo sneakers back. Now let's go home. There's still time for movie night. And I'm starving, so let's pick up something on the way. Not pizza. Just eat pizza, Big. Stop right there, Angerfoot. I've been watching you. We need to meet face to face. Come to Crime Tower, or else. Oh my god! I'll kick this pile of rare sneakers into the fire. That's how you know Angerfoot is black.
The Crime Minister's lost his mind. I can't believe I voted for that guy. We have to save those poor sneakers. Let's go.
Is this a whole ass chapter? It's pretty short. I kinda wanna finish this. Or I leave slow time when kicking doors. Eh. Holy shit! Out of my way! Okay, pacifist run is gonna be hard, man. Can you break through the pillars? Oh shit! Okay. Out of the way! No, don't do it! You had so much to live for. Oh wow, this is worse than Payday 2. But also, holy shit. I can't hug. Get out of the way! It calmly stops before busting through the door. How nice of Angerfoot. $130, no survivors, and time stoppers. Alright. Just gotta drive you well, man. Okay, okay. This is just, I think, beyond peak. Can I do it? Fuck! Oh my god, this is horrible. Gotta have enough ammo for the big gator cluster. Oh shit, I think I forgot the worms, man. Fuck! Hell yeah. Okay, I'm kinda gonna have to blitz through that. Because I gotta go, like, immediately after I rape the final boss. On my way! It's a Matrix lobby. Ack! Alright. Oh, look at that. Grob is getting attacked. My beautiful groblets, man. Look at them. This is awesome. This is the life. Two beasts. Not gonna get that on any other stream, man. Two beasts? Two entire beasts? Yeah, I don't think so, pal. Not gonna find that kind of content anywhere else. Is that elevator a lie? Oh, I'm stupid! Whatever. Still gotta do it, dude. I have time. Oh my god. Grob is getting his brain sucked out of his ear. If only I could remember things. I love how Grob's brain just turns off as soon as he's in the groblet's grasp. The final kick. Pumped kicks? Only my feet? Alrighty. Alright. Maybe only one of the challenges will be done. You know, those shotgun weapons, they sure have a lot of kick to them. Oh my god, the kick I was talking about. Wow, this bitch does not fuck around. Yes, I do get a kick out of it. Oh my god, I get many kicks of the pumped up variety. Oh dude, hold on. I'm not gonna do that, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm pretty smart. Okay, not that smart. I don't think I can do that. I think I'm gonna have to fight those. Oh, you bitch. Oh, the cats are fighting? Oh, they're gone. Motherfucker. No, dude. Yeah, I know what I'm shooting at. That's a lot of blood, Azumgi. That was kinda Kino.
I knew you'd come. Look at them down there, scurrying like rats,
Fighting over the scraps of their pathetic gangs. I must thank you, Angerfoot. You've enacted my plan perfectly. I was the one who ordered your sneakers to be stolen. It was me! I knew you'd chase after them. I knew you'd defeat the gang leaders. That was my plan all along. Holy shit, people were right. He's not a criminal. You've helped the city, Angerfoot. With the biggest gang destroys, you've paved the way for... Nice city! No! Shit city is no more! Imagine it. No more violence, pollution, fraud, or debauchery. No more crime. You've laid the groundwork for a cleaner, safer, nicer city. I want Evil City, man. Fuck nice. But I need your help. With your strength, we can stomp out crime forever. So what do you say? Join me. Prove your devotion. Kick these premium sneakers into the fire. Give up your obsession and make Nice City your new love. You're delusional. I look forward to working together, Angerfoot. Kick, kick, kick.
Die! Die!
This is the best game ever made. What an absolute demigod. "11 minutes later." Oh my god, this is all I've ever wanted. Some more popcorn, my dear. Oh! Yes, yes, we must get those thighs plumper indeed. I love you, dear. Oh. I see that penis. Perhaps a little more vape, my dear? Can I vape? Oh, no. Here you go. Just for you. To us. And a healthy, fat future. Open the Sausage King. Did I want to read it? Can you read? Fucking. Have some more vape juice. She's perfect. God damn. Yeah, he's not just Angerfoot, man. He's expert foot. Trained all his life for this. Warsaw, Poland? What the fuck? You can't escape them. I want to see if there's like a after credit section. Maybe I can seduce her. Maybe I can unlock the secret breed your slam pig sequence. Oh yes, you like that, don't you? Oh, you greedy whore, you greasy bitch. You're not a cheeseburger, you're a hamburger. Ah. Oh, you want me to spread that toe jam on your disgusting body? Holy shit, Gulb is here. Hello, Gulbert. Umut Dink! I knew that was a Turkish name. Like something you'd say in Battlefield 1. What's going on TV, dude? Oh no, I can't watch. This is too tragic. Maybe I can peek a little bit. Oh, yeah, it's penis. Is it turning you on as much as it's turning me on? In memory of Jennifer Salyers? Holy shit. Oh, cats are credited. That's awesome. They knew about Grob. Can you imagine you're dead and like this is what's made in your memory? Honestly, huge win. Thanks for playing. You kicked 11,267 times. Incredible game, dude. Thank you now. Wow. 12 hours? Oh, I did yap a bit. Okay, it's more like, I think about 11 hours to 100% it. I nearly have the 100%. Oh my god, there's an achievement for dipping below 20 FPS by using vending machines. And by 100%, I mean, like, do all the challenges. I haven't actually seen the, What? There is an achievement for kicking a ball into the dumpster. I did it, and I didn't get it. Oh. I'm angry. I'm angry about Angerfoot. Alright, yeah, this game rocks. Really nice, cool, epic game. It's cheap. You should buy it. Right now, it's on sale. Angerfoot. Okay. I have to, like, run out of my house now. But it was nice, man. Was nice getting all that autism off my chest earlier. Have fun with the toe boys. I'm not gonna kick anybody, I'm just going to aggressively wiggle my toes at them until they submit. That's how that's gonna go down. Alright, goodbye, friends.